Hey guys, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. They are on the medallion, so that's a good sign. We are back hopefully at this point for closing statements and not a bunch of hee-haw from uh the defense attorney for Miss Latasha Daniels. I mean, all we can do is hope, but we already know that ma'am is going to have some questions for the judge. I just hope that the judge will keep her at a minimum because she's very annoying. Okay, she's very annoying. Okay, let's just set the stage. Let's just go ahead and set the stage. Did everybody have a nice break? I felt like I accomplished a lot during the break. I didn't have anything to eat, but I got myself together, okay? I got myself together, and, I feel like $1,000,000. Happy Friday, everybody. If you missed the first half of the Odyssey called Will We Ever Get to Closing Arguments? Baby, it was a doozy. So if you're just now tuning in and you missed the morning session, let me tell you what you did not miss. You did not miss closing arguments. What you did miss were the jury instructions. Other than that, you didn't miss a damn thing. It's just you could have just came back from yesterday and baby, here we are. Okay. If you're not into hearing jury instructions, you didn't miss a damn thing. Okay. If you want to hear the jury instructions, that would be at the latter part of the last live. And look at us, true to form. We are excellent with our small talk, and we are here. Ma'am with her little tousled wig bun, and it looks like they're getting ready to get into closing arguments. So I'm going to go on mute. Can you guys give me a sound check? Can y'all hear? Not just me, but can you hear that the audio just turned on in the courtroom? Can you give me some ones for audio in the courtroom?
You may be seated. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed lunch. I'm ready to go forward.
Okay, good, guys. I'll be watching the chat, okay?
You broke my heart. I felt used. He broke up with me in a disappearing text message. Who does that to someone that they love? I wanted him to feel the pain that I felt. These are the words of the defendant, Latasha Daniels. And earlier this week, we told you that you would hear a lot of testimony. You would see some pictures, you would see some videos, but most importantly, we wanted you to pay attention. And a key part of paying attention is not getting distracted, not getting confused as to who the victim is. The victims in this case are Mr. and Mrs. Perry, not the defendant. The decisions that she made caused them to be victims. And once we're finished here today, you'll see that this case really isn't that complicated. It's kind of easy. She's charged with 3 counts: first-degree murder, criminal attempt first-degree murder, and employing a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. First-degree murder, and you'll see this in your jury instructions, is defined as a premeditated killing of another. 1, the state has to prove that the defendant unlawfully killed a victim. 2, the defendant must have acted intentionally. 3, the killing must be premeditated. So, what is considered unlawful? Well, what is considered a lawful killing? One example can be the defense of others or yourself. Intentional. What does it mean to be intentional? Does it seem like an accident? Does it seem like a mistake? Your jury instructions say that something is intentional if it's a person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of another person. Number 3, premeditation. The killing has to be premeditated. And as we learned in voir dire, premeditation doesn't have to be a specific length of time. It could be 2 seconds, 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months. There's no time frame. It just means that you had to think about your actions and you had time to reflect. That could be as simple as stepping out of your car, raising your arm, and the time it takes you to point the firearm at someone and shoot and kill them. Or in this case, it could be driving to the gun store, purchasing a gun, purchasing ammunition, leaving the gun store, driving 3 hours to Memphis to your married ex-boyfriend's house, and knocking on their door. So this week, we started off hearing from Tabitha Perry. She testified that her husband was an executive pastor in Little Rock, and later he moved to Memphis along with her for a new position at Mississippi Boulevard, a prominent church here in Memphis. She also testified that they knew the defendant. They knew her from Little Rock when he was previously working over there. And on April 4th, 2019, Mrs. Perry heard a knock at her door. When she went to her door, the defendant was standing there. Now, she thought it was odd that Miss Daniels was standing there, but she didn't think too much of it because they had given their address out to several people at the church in Little Rock. After she let her in, Mrs. Perry and the defendant sat and talked about 20 minutes until Broadus Perry showed up. When Mr. Perry showed up, the defendant even told you that they sat and talked for a while. She even took a drink. And once she decided that it was time to go, Mrs. Perry and Mr. Perry led her out of their doorway. And as Mrs. Perry was leading her out of the doorway, she turned back and she saw the defendant reach into her coat pocket, remove a gun, and shoot Mr. Perry in his own doorway. Once she did that, Mrs. Perry looked to her neighbors for help. She tried to get help, and then when she saw her husband lying on the ground, she went to go help him. She pleaded with the defendant, "Why are you doing this? Why is this happening? Please stop." Well, not only did the defendant not stop, she shot Mrs. Perry. And not only did she shoot Mrs. Perry, she reloaded her gun. After Mrs. Perry, we heard from Detective Roberts. He testified that the very weapon that was used to shoot Mr. and Mrs. Perry was purchased hours prior to this incident. He testified that the defendant purchased that firearm at a gun store at around 4:30 that same day in Sherman, Arkansas. Detective Roberts told us that he spoke to Ray Palladino, the general manager of that sporting goods store. From Mr. Palladino, he received the surveillance footage. And that surveillance footage showed the defendant coming in, purchasing a gun, purchasing ammunition, and leaving. Mr. Palladino also provided Detective Roberts with a receipt. That receipt had the defendant's first and last name on it. It had the serial number of the Ruger handgun that she purchased and the last 4 digits of her credit card. It's the same credit card that Detective Roberts discovered in the defendant's vehicle when he searched it. We also heard from Dr. Curry. Now, Dr. Curry testified that she performed Mr. Perry's autopsy. She testified that the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds and the manner of death was homicide. She testified to recovering the bullets, placing them in an envelope, initialing and dating them, and leaving them to be picked up. But Dr. Curry isn't the only doctor we heard from. Defense put on Dr. Bidding. Dr. Bidding was hired by the defendant and her team. And you heard her, she testified that she has testified for more defendants than she has prosecution. And ladies and gentlemen, think carefully about what she told you. She told you that depression and someone being suicidal does not mean that they cannot form the intent to kill someone. She also told you that she didn't even offer an opinion as to the defendant's mental state at the time of the offense. So what do we need? We need an unlawful killing, intent, premeditation. Unlawful killing. Well, there was no self-defense claim, and the only other firearm found in the residence, found in the crime scene, was in a box under a nightstand in a completely separate room. Intent. I wanted him to feel the pain that I felt. He broke my heart. You heard that from the defendant herself. Premeditation. We'll take your pick. Whether it's the drive to the gun store, the time it took to purchase, choose a firearm and ammunition, the time it took to drive 3 hours to Memphis to her ex-boyfriend's house, or the 20-minute conversation she had when she finally went up to their apartment. Criminal attempt first-degree murder. So in your jury instructions, you'll see what's on the screen right here. And that's a lot of words. But the judge is giving you the law, and the best way that I can describe it is that the defendant must have an intent to commit first-degree murder. But they fell short for some reason. The act wasn't complete. And that's how you have criminal attempt first-degree murder. We heard from Tabitha Perry, and she testified that she was shot in the shoulder. After the incident, she was transported to the hospital, and the doctors left the bullet inside of her. It wasn't until later that she had to get it surgically removed. It was causing her extreme pain, and by the time that she got it removed, it was poking out of her back. And even today, 6 years later, she is still suffering from pain from that incident. Now let's talk about transfer of intent. You heard in your jury instructions that sometimes when you intend to kill one person and you don't kill that person but you kill another person, that is how the transfer intent happens. Tabitha Perry testified that when she spoke to police, she told them that she didn't even believe that the defendant meant to hurt her. But that's okay, because you don't have to actually hit your intended target to be charged and convicted of criminal attempt first-degree murder. As long as you had the intent to kill one person, it doesn't matter that you accidentally shot or you actually shot someone else. Your intent is still there. The only thing that's different is the person that got hurt. Employing a firearm during a dangerous felony. So on the screen here, it says that any person who employs a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony is guilty of a crime. The state has to prove that 1, that the defendant employed a firearm. 2, the employment was during the commission of or attempt to commit criminal attempt first-degree murder against the alleged victim, Tabitha Perry. And 3, that the defendant acted intentionally, knowing, or recklessly. In addition to Mrs. Perry's testimony, we heard from Captain Draper, Officer McLean, and Special Agent Broxane. Draper testified that he and McLean were a few of the officers that responded to the crime scene on the offense day. And when he got there, he witnessed the defendant holding a firearm. She refused to comply with orders. Captain Draper testified to the non-lethal force that was used to unarm her. Officer McLean testified to securing and clearing the weapon that the defendant had in her possession. He noticed that there was nothing in the chamber, but yet there was a magazine in the gun. Special Agent Sane testified to the ballistics. He examined the Ruger, the casings, and the bullets from the medical examiner. He determined that all the cartridge cases and the bullets had been fired from that same handgun that was recovered off of the defendant. And now we're back at the beginning. You broke my heart. So I'm going to purchase a firearm. You broke my heart. So I'm going to purchase ammunition. You broke my heart. So I'm going to take that gun and the ammunition and drive 3 hours away to your home. You broke my heart. So I'm going to knock on your door. You broke my heart. I'm going to sit there and talk with you and your wife for about 20 minutes. You broke my heart. So I decide to leave. You broke my heart. So I'm going to shoot you and kill you in your doorway. And along the way, shoot your wife. But it's okay, because you broke my heart. Decision after decision after decision. Ladies and gentlemen, if a broken heart was an excuse or a defense to murder, I wouldn't have a job. The standard of proof in this case is beyond a reasonable doubt. Not 100% certainty, not beyond all doubt, not beyond a shadow of a doubt. What's required is certainty that lets you rest easy at night. And now it's your turn. After you consider all of the evidence and apply the law that the judge has given you and use your common sense, the state is confident that your verdict will be guilty as charged. Don't let a broken heart distract you from the human life that was lost. Thank you.
And may we approach?
Yes.
I'm so tired of Latoshia's attorney. She got a damn objection for everything. She said if a broken heart were a person, she wants to stall everything. She gonna stall it to guilty on Monday. Oh my God. You see how the judge was like, okay, we're back from lunch. We're just gonna go right into it. Absolutely. So Northwest, I don't know if you're still here. I had no idea that Devin Michaels knew what's his name from the Monica Simontelli, Bob Baker. Baby. Anyway, we're gonna get over there. We are definitely gonna get over there. We were talking about it yesterday or the day before yesterday, but I wanted to carry on since we had started this one, and it's not humanly possible for me to do 2 trials at the same time, but we can try and get caught up this weekend. What's not going to belong? Yeah, it's like, ma'am, you're gonna get you officially. Do you want a certificate for dragging out a 3-day trial to 5 days, or is that what you want to do?
All right, jurors, I want to remind you that the lawyer's statements are not evidence, and you can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. So we're going to take a short recess. and then we'll be back for the next closing argument. So, and we're still not ready to discuss the case. Okay, so I'm gonna show you excuse for about 5 minutes, and we'll come right back.
I don't feel from a optics perspective to the jury that Latosha's lawyer is doing her any favors. Her lawyer is annoying, and if they're not annoyed by Latosha,
Recess.
they might be annoyed by her attorney. Maybe I'm wrong, but her lawyer is very annoying, and we just got back from lunch. Who needs a break? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you kidding me? Why do we need a break after that? Unless she just wants some dramatic beginning. I'm trying to take some screenshots, y'all. Since we're at a place where we can do that. I'm just like, why? Why did we need a break? We just got back from a whole hour. We only went for 20 minutes, and yeah, we just started. It's like, my God. And then as soon as we come back, Your Honor, may I approach? I I can't begin to tell this judge how to do her job, but baby, I would be like, no. I would have to give. You remember, like in high school, when someone would ask too many questions, they'd be like, no, wait till after class. Nope, nope, no, you may not. I'm sorry, you're questioned out for the day. Um, right. No reason. No reason, just to drag it out till Monday. I don't know if Monday's a special day of significance or something for her. I have no idea. Girl, we're back on the medallion. Did I miss the no, you did not. Absolutely you did not. If you scroll back 10 minutes, you'll catch the whole prosecution closing, which was a nice cute maybe. I don't even know. It was very much giving, let's see. They rolled right into it. She used maybe 15 minutes. If I knew how long they were going to be on break, I would run it back, but I don't want to do that just yet. I'll clip it. I'll clip it and put it up as a highlight right now. You guys, I'm going to put you guys on mute. Thank you to our new members. I just want to say Troublemaker, thank you. And BB Lee, thank you so much. You guys are so sweet, and thank you. There's member content in there of a very messy variety. So go and enjoy. And we are just going to keep going with today. I was thinking, just depending on how this whole thing turns out, I was thinking about going live tonight because there was a Ernest Williams jail call that dropped yesterday over on Phone Calls from Prison Extra that I really wanted to get into, but I'm just going to have to see how the rest of the day progresses. If Latosha Daniels' lawyer proceeds to wear us the freak out, then maybe no. But if we're cool in a few hours, then I might come back tonight, like around 9:30, 10 o'clock, something like that. So you guys might see me later, depending on how long this drags out. But I almost feel like all these people who've had to take off from work an entire week are going to want to finish the work of the people and get it done. I would imagine. Don't you guys think the people of Tennessee want to be done with the state's business and not carry it to Monday? So I hope. One can hope. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised right now if they're taking a break and telling the jurors, call and make sure if you have to stay late that you're going to be good. Like anybody with childcare issues. The one thing I can say about this judge, she's very discreet. So you don't see her talking to the jury too much, but they might already be saying, hey, If anyone has childcare issues or an issue with 5 o'clock, can you make some pre-calls to see if you're good to stay a little later so we can deliberate into the evening if necessary? So that could, maybe that's the hope. That's the hope for right now, right? I think she is in custody. She's not in custody? I didn't know that. I thought she's in custody. Considering the fact that she tried to run away, let's see. Is Latasha? I think the Tennessee folk are very discreet. Latasha Daniels. All right, let me look at Shelby County Jail. That's how we'll really know. Shelby County Sheriff's Department. Shelby County Sheriff's Department inmate search. Let's see. I tell you what, every time we go to a break, you guys have me researching something. It's like, okay, wait a second, let me go see. Inmate search. Okay, here we go. Am I in Tennessee though? Let me make sure. Shelby County, am I in Tennessee? Memphis, there we go. Yep. Okay. Latasha Daniels. Interesting. Say it ain't so. I would have thought she'd be in custody. Mm. She has to be on some sort of ankle monitor. All right, let me look up Shelby County. Maybe she posted a bond, but if she didn't have any money, how did she post a bond? It's like, but you ain't got no money. I'm just kidding. Hmm. Where did you saw that in an article? Let me look up her case. I've looked at her case before, but I didn't realize she was out on bond. Shelby. Hold on, let's see. Initially, she didn't have a bond, but I guess she does now. So, okay, let's see. I just assumed. I mean, this is a murder case. How is she out on bond? Maybe just because it's been 6 years. I mean, look what the guy Shelties did. Okay, so when she got indicted, bind over. Okay. She had an escape. Do you know she has a misdemeanor? She has misdemeanor escape, misdemeanor incarceration. Okay. So misdemeanor escape, assault and threat of bodily harm, resisting official detention. She posted a bond in 2023. Are they going to prosecute this case? They need to. I'm so not a fan of this woman. When's 11/7? Okay, 11. So that's today. Duh. Okay. Are they prosecuting that? Okay, she still has open. Is this still open? It's still open. The escape. So when we were wondering like why didn't they charge her with anything when she tried to escape from the hospital? Yeah, they did. They did. Okay. She has charges for that too. But she posted a bond. Let me go back. All right, I'm still listening.
Looked like something.
Oh, hold on. They like the drama. I feel like they're manipulating the jury, but the jury gonna show them something.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon. We have told you from the very beginning that Ms. Daniels is not denying what happened. She is not saying, I have no responsibility. I have no accountability. That is not our position, and it has not been our position from the first time that we talked in Wood Adam. We told you she is guilty of something, but she is not guilty of first-degree murder and criminal attempt first-degree murder and employing a firearm during felony. That is not what these facts illustrate, unless you're looking at them from far, far away and ignoring all of the details and all of the intent. When I was in high school, one of the formative trips that I took, my mom and I went to Barcelona, and we went to the Museum of Salvador Dali. This man had the most amazing brain. He could paint pictures that from far away looked like one thing, and then when you got close up on them, looked like something completely different. And I will never, ever forget standing in the top balcony of that museum, looking across the way and seeing this. And there's a little plaque that tells you, squint your eyes and look at it. What do you see? I saw Abraham Lincoln. I absolutely saw Abraham Lincoln. And then when you walk back around, they tell you how to get up there. This is that painting close up. It's something completely different. Not only a different picture, but an entirely different emotional response. You would never think that that was the Abraham Lincoln that you had just seen. But that can be the difference between looking at something from far, far away and ignoring the details versus seeing the intricacies of what it is actually made of. I want to talk to you first about Brodus Perry. We've heard a lot about him this week. He was a pastor at St. Mark Baptist Church in Little Rock. He was the leader of the life groups there. He was married to Tabitha Perry. This is what people standing far away saw. But when you got much more close, when you got to know Brodus Perry the way Latoshia knew Brodus Perry, you started to see a different side. And And sometimes even then, you miss it. He was a manipulative person. I know that he is not here anymore, and that is a tragedy. But that doesn't change the fact that during his time on earth, he manipulated the women in his life. He was controlling. And he wanted this lifestyle of ethical non-monogamy. Regarding the ethical non-monogamy, that was, when I talk about the manipulation of women in his life, that was a big source of it. He manipulated Tabitha into thinking, oh, well, this is just something that I thought about. It's okay that you don't want to do it. He manipulated Chriselle and Danielle, who he had the Marco Polo group with, in that he made this whole fiction where his wife was completely on board with this, and he was living this open, honest, and transparent lifestyle where he was ethically engaging in non-monogamy. As a pastor of the church looking for a group of people who would sanction his behavior, he found these women, educated women, and lied to them about this. He manipulated Latoshia in so many ways. But regarding the ethical non-monogamy, his position was, my wife says it's okay, so my girlfriend should not be saying no. Even to Latoshia, he lied about Tabitha being opposed to this lifestyle. When Latoshia got involved, she thought Tabitha was on board with this ethical non-monogamy, and she was not. We heard from Brodus Perry manipulating these women.
Those aren't an issue at home, but I get it, but it ain't an issue. I have been though, so if we talking, let's switch subject and get a little more serious. You know, for me, our agreements have been simple, right? No exes, nobody from Jacksonville, Florida, which is home for us, and nobody in the city that you live in, that currently live in, which means nobody in Memphis. That was the case, of course, in Little Rock outside of Girlfriend, because Girlfriend is in Little Rock. The way that kind of happened is, short version, when she decided to open up the marriage and allow me to be on the good side of her. Girlfriend is a therapist, right? And she didn't go to her for therapy, but she asked her some questions. And based on this therapy session she had with this other lady. And she was asking her some questions after she had just said, bro, is this what I'm gonna let you do? Blah, blah, blah. You know, it is what it is. Go from there. She asked her some questions. And so she was like, I just got a couple questions for you. And, you know, they would go play tennis together. She was one of the life group leaders. And so we had rapport. We had rapport. And she asked a question and was like, yeah, blase, I'm thinking about this. And what do you think about this? Or what do you think X, Y, and Z could potentially be coming from? And I'm sorry, I'm looking to see who was in the cigar lounge, because this is not what I really frequent that often. So I'm kind of careful about who potentially is in here, because I don't want the last all pass. You know, I really want to go in and go chill in the back, but I'm not a member. But yeah, I'm trying to make it go in there now. But anyway, so the next thing that she shared with her was, you know my husband like you, right? Well, he thinks you're attractive. And she was like, what? He's like, yeah, I know what he likes, and he thinks you're attractive. Not that he's been rude or anything like that. We've had conversations. Well, we did, because one time we was sitting around having a watch. And she asked me, I was like, well, you gotta get her. I ain't gonna get her, so I'm coming across with this creepy guy, right? We trying to spice things up. And in that regard, even though that was even somewhat limited with the idea of somebody watching me, that's neither here nor there. But when the question came up, it was her, right? That the shit she asked. Well, who would you want? And that was the first thing I said. She's like, I know you like her. I know what. So anyway, so she said like you know, and she said, well, if you were interested, just I'm not saying that you are, but I'm also saying I've given him this X, Y, and Z, and he may come your way. And she did. But she like, okay, cool. So we had a conversation. And after that, that's when the whole nobody in the city thing came. But it was more like, I'll give you a pass with her because I essentially gave you the alley. But nobody, you know, nobody. So I'm trying to figure this. So fast forward, that's a whole lot of shit, right? Trying to get the right. So I have been thinking about, you know, the past couple weeks in terms of expanding, you know, my ethical non-monogamy, and just kind of, so my wife, you know, her and I were chatting over there. I was like, well, baby, I got a couple questions. I'm just curious, you know. She knows about the, you know, everything like that. So I was like, when did you want to know? You know, like, when did you want to know that there's someone who has my interests or someone who I would like to pursue? Do you want to know the moment that I feel like it's more than just banter? Do you want to know at the moment that I would like to begin to banter? Do you want to know once I feel like it might be a thing beyond banter? Or what? You know, because this is kind of new for us, right? Because, you know, girlfriend, Tasha, that's easy. That's been 2 years. That's been it for the most part. Outside of me going, and that's out my birthday. But it's kind of been easy in that regard. So just trying to figure out what does that look like. So just kind of really thinking through where I am with that, right? You know, where in terms of those. So there's a lot of newness. I kind of say that just to say that there's still. I said that just to say that there's still a lot of newness even in this ethical non-monogamy that I'm wrestling with. And it's fun, right? It's fun, it's interesting, it's causing us to communicate and chat and really talk again about different things that we've kind of, in a real sense, have been settled to some degree. But realizing that in this ethical non-monogamy, we got to keep things in pencil and not pen. You know, some things are in pencil, pen, right? There's some hard no's, but gotta be flexible in terms of what that looks like. So that's why I know you're talking about being sprung and giddy and all that stuff. I think because that those flutters or those emotions, right, or those initial thoughts are all kind of new and very much new because this person is brand new. Like, I don't know Cherie, right? I knew Tasha. There was some level of familiarity there. And that's typically how I've always engaged with it, right? With some level of familiarity. I cannot, whether being in the same class together in terms of college or something like that, I've never kind of quote unquote cold called anyone. You know, if that makes sense. Because I'm not, you know, I don't think I'm that guy. So, yeah. Thanks for coming to my TikTok. I don't know if I'm gonna go in here, but now I'm thinking how far would we go downtown? Because I'm like, it's a lot of folk in there. I don't know if I trust who's in that room right now. Shit. I just need to do better with smoking houses, cigar houses. I'm just, you know, your opinion matters to me. Because we are in this relationship, but at the same time, you know, like I said from the outset, I want to be respectful, but I also want to let you know that, you know, your opinion matters. But at the same time, I don't want you to put me in a box, right? Because while we talk about it in theory, this is now the practice part. And with Tab being perfectly fine with, you know, the situation, because how I've handled and been honest and transparent and open with her with regard to this current relationship, me expanding it is not an issue for me. Basically, she told me, hey, we can talk about it when you think it's worth talking about. But the way that you handle this, I'm fine with, and I trust your judgment because you haven't given me a reason not to. I mean, it's only 2 hours away, but Yes, we were in Little Rock, so we were literally that because it was at that point. My wife was like, "Yeah, nobody at home. Like this is an exception because I kind of threw you that, but no, you ain't dealing with nobody at home. Like that was Jacksonville, so our hard nose and no Jacksonville, which is hometown for us, no exes, and no place in your current city. Those are the hard no's, right? She got an exception because it was there that she realized, well, yeah, I don't think I want him to be dealing with all these people, all these women, and no doubt these women would be in the church because that's all we do is kind of hang around, or in the community or close enough. So it was kind of one of those things. But
Those are clips from approximately 13 videos where he talks and talks and talks, and none of it is true. None of it. You heard Tabitha sitting on the stand saying, my hard nose were all of those things and then some. My hard nose were him seeing anyone outside of our marriage. But that's not what he told Chriselle. That's not what he told Danielle. That's not what he told Latasha. He created this world of lies, this alternate reality in this chat room where he got everything that he wanted. He got validation. He got to have this lifestyle where he was cheating on multiple women, and it was okay. It was okay that he, as a pastor, do those things. That's what those women gave him. And for Latasha, she gave him whatever he wanted. And Tabitha was his wife. He took and took and took from these women. And the whole time, he was lying to all of them. I want to talk to you about Latasha Daniels. From far away, Latasha appears to be a professional, educated, well-rounded woman. She's a licensed clinical social worker and went into a profession to help people. Church member, active in the church, a life group leader, selected among the thousands of people in the church, and placed into a position of leadership by Brodus Perry. Did you notice in the one video, he said, what I typically do is engage with women from a position of familiarity. He knew how to attract the type of woman that he was looking for. And Latasha, when you got to know her and you got to see all of the details that make her up, she was exactly what he was looking for. She was so vulnerable because of the happiness being completely drained from her marriage, from the total lack of any emotional connection with her husband of 8 years. The traumatic history that she has had since a childhood, and always being told to keep a good face on. Her history of mental health, depression, suicidal ideations, suicidal attempts. Her dependency on other people. He knew that when he got his claws in her, she would do anything to keep him with her, including keeping his secrets. He also knew that Latasha would have to keep his secrets because she had just as much to lose as he did. He had to have someone who was in a good job, with a good appearance, because if they found out about this affair with the pastor, she would lose everything. All of her clients, the life that she had built up in the church, her family's opinion, all of it would be gone. And he reminded her of that. From far away, their relationship, it wasn't a fair. It was absolutely wrong. And it was neither of them took Tabitha's feelings into consideration. Neither of them. And they should have. Tabitha did not deserve that. But especially at the beginning, if you looked at that relationship more closely, there was a lot of love there. Latoshia built her life around this man. He liked bourbon, so she started learning bourbon. He liked cigars, so she started learning about cigars. She got him into running with her. They joined a biking club together. All of these things that they built. And this woman who came into this relationship so starved for love and affection was receiving it, finally. And she never wanted that to stop. But when you looked at it more closely, you could also see Brodus behaving in a very controlling way, in a very manipulative way. And Latoshia was getting slung back and forth between these emotions of, oh, I love you. No, we're going to have some distance. This back and forth, back and forth. Pulling her heart in two pieces. And I will disagree with the state because part of something that they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is intent. And one of the things that you have to look at is whether a heat of passion was present. And a broken heart definitely has to do with heat of passion. There is no emotion more powerful in this world than love. When she was with Brodus, Latoshia was required to follow certain rules. Rule number 1 that she learned on day 1. You download the Confide app, you use it the way I tell you to, and you only communicate with me in this manner unless I tell you different. Rule number 2, when Brodus took trips, Latoshia was expected to be there, and she had to pay her own way, whether she had the money to or not. Rule number 3, Latoshia was not to call anybody to come to them. Even in the case of a medical emergency, she was supposed to call Pastor Pointer. He knew about their relationship. He would get Brodus help, and nobody would have to find out about Latoshia. Rule number 4, Latoshia was not to approach him in public. He was only to approach her because she didn't have a way of knowing if he was with someone for the church or with another pastor that may not know about their relationship. Very strict rules on what and when she could say to him. Rule number 5, when she was in a hotel room on one of their trips, she was to remain naked. Rule number 6, towards the end of their relationship, Brodus added that she should always respond to him with either yes, sir, or no, sir. And Latoshia followed all of those rules because she loved that man. And she loved the love that she felt like she was getting. And then things changed. On March the 15th, Brodus behaved in a very different way. he treated her like a piece of trash. Like someone who was there for his use, not his love, not worthy of his affection. And something in Latoshia broke that day. And she decided that she was going to end her life. And yes, she did want him to feel that pain because it was so much pain in her. And she came and never once threatened him. There was never a single allegation that she put him in any danger or threatened him or ever even pointed the gun at him. She actually gave the gun to him once he talked to her for about 2 hours. Brodus knew what to say to make Latoshia do what he wanted her to do. For good or for bad. And that day, he did get the gun from her, and he took the gun and kept it. She didn't see it after that day. Which brings us to April the 4th. Her gun, Brodus had put in a cigar locker in Little Rock. Latoshia did not have access to that. She opened did her normal good morning text to Brodus. And finally, when he responded, our time has come to an end. And then it disappeared. And in that moment of disappearing, 2 years of a life, of a relationship, of love, was gone. And Latoshia was still emotionally fragile from the traumatic experience on the 15th in March. Still suffering from those pains, but trying to work through it. And she decided that she was right the first time. She didn't need to be in this world. She couldn't be in this world. Not anymore. She had built her whole life around this man. And he broke up with her in a disappearing text. She apologized to her family and tried to make them understand that this is not something that she just thought about, that she's been struggling, and that the struggle was just too much. For this deeply religious woman to feel like God couldn't answer her prayers anymore because she was so deep down in this depression is just heart-wrenching. And that was at 3:14 p.m. on April the 4th. I'm having some technical difficulties. Okay. There we go. And so, after writing that suicide note, she did go to buy a gun. She didn't have one anymore, and she was going to kill herself. Yes, she planned to go buy a gun. That happened. She did not plan to go buy a gun to hurt anyone other than herself. She walked in, and you heard Mr. Palladino talk on the stand about the range of sizes and weights and prices. If you recall, when he talked about 9mm weapons, he said the cheapest 9mm weapons are in the 200s. He said that the gun that she chose is a small gun. The gun that she chose is a light gun. And when she went to that store on April the 4th, she checked out at approximately 4:47 after going through the background check and clearing it. And if you look, that gun cost $229. She bought the cheapest gun they had and just whatever ammunition they told her to get, because this was going to be the gun to take her life. So why spend a lot of money on it? After she left the gun store, she went back to her house. She did not want to stay there long because she was afraid her adult son would come home. Poured the bullets out on the bed, grabbed a handful, shoved them in her pocket, shoved the gun in her pocket, and left after leaving him as much money as she could leave him. I think it was $500. She got in her car and she started to drive. She was not driving to Memphis, Tennessee. She was driving to Jacksonville, Arkansas, to Johnson Park. This was a place that had particular significance to her because of various names associated with it. Bertus Perry was from Jacksonville, Florida. Her ex-husband's last name was Johnson, and her dad's name was Ray. All of those were men that had hurt her in her life, but that she had also loved immensely. She did not want to commit suicide at home. She did not want her adult son to find her, to have to go through that. She knew that her suicide would be hard on him, but she didn't want that weight on him. At that point in time, she believed her son would be better off without him. As she's on the way to Jacksonville, Arkansas, she looks up and sees a sign. And that sign said, "This way to Memphis." And Latasha thought to herself, if I can just see him one more time, I can find out why he is doing this, why he wants this to be over. Maybe I can change his mind. Maybe he will see that he still loves me. Maybe he will tell me that I am still worth loving. Maybe he will give me that reason to live. And she drove to Memphis. I want to ask, how many times have you been in your car running through thoughts in your brain as they race, and you analyze, and you're thinking, and all of a sudden you look up and you were like, how did I get here? I was on autopilot. This was not a cool, calm, do-do-do-do-do kind of drive. This woman was planning to commit suicide. This was not a drive to hurt anyone. She wanted to talk to him, not to hurt him. And she did talk to him. She went to the Pocket, which is a cigar lounge in downtown. She knew that he goes there on Thursdays. His wife knew the same thing. It was a frequent place that he went, not just on Thursdays. And Latasha saw him and did as she was supposed to, walked past him until he acknowledged her, When he acknowledged her, they were allowed to engage, and she talked. They said that they sat there and talked for a long time. So long that the valet pulled the car away. And finally, by the end of the conversation, Brodus had said, look, we can be together if you're going to be okay with the ethical non-monogamy. And Latasha said, then I want us to tell Tabitha. And Brodus said, okay, we'll go tell Tabitha. You go to the apartment, talk to her about tennis, talk to her about, whatever. Tell her you're in town for a conference. We'll tell her together. And so Latasha goes to their apartment. It's unclear exactly what time she arrived at the apartment. It was somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, but either way, for the purposes of the timeline, we have that span that we don't have an exact time for. Some things we can get exact times for based on evidence, like that receipt, or if there's a phone call or something like that we can tie exact times to. We can't with this. Somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, Latasha indicated that she remembered the news came on. So fair assumption there, 9 or 10. And this was in Collierville. Tabitha answered the door, and Latasha came inside. They sat on that couch and talked for 10 to 20 minutes. At no point did Latasha ever raise a gun to Tabitha. At no point did Latasha ever threaten Tabitha. At no point did any indication that she was anything other than happy to be there happen. And then Brodus got home. And when Brodus got home, Tabitha described him as being very agitated when he saw Latasha. Did he think he called her bluff? That she wouldn't really go? He knew that she was having second thoughts. Did he really think that she was going to go into the apartment and tell Tabitha after 2 years? And she was there. And he was facing down the possibility of having to confess to his wife. And instead of doing that, he offered her bourbon. He talked to her about why she was in this why she was here for a conference. And Latasha, when he walks in, becomes confused and off balance because she thinks this big conversation is about to happen and he's just making small talk. Even going so far as to say, well, if you're drinking, we probably need to clear those clothes off the guest bedroom. Latasha had never been there. And when she was there, Tabitha testified, and Latasha testified, that she didn't go into any of the bedrooms. She stayed in the main living area. That's a picture of the guest room. How would Latasha have known that there were clothes all over it? Unless Brodus said, we would have to take all those clothes off the bed. She and Tabitha and Brodus sat in that living room for 10 to 20 minutes, talking, with Latasha just waiting and waiting and waiting, thinking, well, he's talking about a bed. Maybe we're going to segue there. And he wasn't even making eye contact with her. At a certain point, he stopped even truly acknowledging her and just started talking to Tabitha. And Latasha realized he's not going to do it. He's not going to tell her. This doesn't mean enough to him. I don't mean enough to him. So I'm just going to go. I'm not going to bother y'all anymore. She does want to know why. as a practical matter, does it make any sense that she was sitting inside of an apartment with a closed door where no one could see in for about 20 to 40 minutes? If she was intending on killing them, why would she not have done it when they were sitting in there in private? Instead of after Tabitha walks out the door into opening it up into the outside. She is outside. Latosha's standing in the doorway. If this was a cool, calm, reflective judgment, why would she wait until that point in time? If this was the plan, why would she have not done it inside the apartment? Does that make sense? But instead of harming anyone inside of that apartment, Latosha got up to leave. And when she got up to leave, Tabitha went first and came out the door. And then Latosha was standing in the doorway, and Brodus was slightly behind her. Tabitha made it all the way down to the stairwell before she realized that Latosha and Brodus were not behind her. When she turned around, she saw Latosha pull out a gun and shoot Brodus. That happened. What she didn't see and what she didn't hear was the conversation that Latosha and Brodus were having at that door, where she said, "Walk me to my car. Be a gentleman. It's nighttime. Just walk me to my car." And Brodus just said, "Tabitha will do it." That emotional whiplash of being on the verge of killing herself to finding this hope that she can have the life that she has been trying to have with this man, to the disappointment of being dismissed by him, to this moment of just indifference, shattered her. Absolutely shattered her. And when she reached into her pocket to find her keys, she found her gun. And when she pulled her gun, that was not a calm and cool and reflective action. That was a heat of passion. She was so emotional in those moments. She did that act, but that was not a cool and calm act. That was a result of passion. As she's firing shots, she's yelling, "He broke my heart. He broke my heart." And when Tabitha starts trying to get close, Latosha tells her to stay back. And Tabitha, who is very confused in this situation at this point, dives in front of her husband and tries to shield his body with her body. And during that process, had a bullet hit her in the shoulder. When she said, "Latosha, you shot me," Latosha said, "I didn't mean to shoot you." And Tabitha even told the police that she believed that Latosha was not trying to shoot her. Tabitha felt like all of this emotion was directed at Brodus, because it was. But it was a lot of emotion. Officers arrive on the scene. at 22:36 military time, 10:36 non-military time. When the police arrive, Latoshia still has the gun in her hand. Tabitha had told her, go, just go. They're coming. I can hear the sirens. Just go. And Latoshia couldn't move. She couldn't move. And when the police were yelling at her, telling her to put down the gun, what they saw and what they described was her staring blankly and talking softly to herself and repeatedly putting the gun up to her head or up to her mouth or up to her chest and eventually crouching down on the ground. And Officer Dunlap testified that he would have noticed that that slide was back and that chamber was empty. He didn't see that. The circumstances when the police got there, they're trained to assess. And they have this thing called the use of force continuum that officers kind of make a judgment on. Do I need to put my hands on this person, soft hands? Or do I need to pull my sidearm and kill this person? And there are things in between. Do you believe that if the police thought that she was about to shoot the officers or Tabitha or Brodus in that moment, do you have any doubt that they would have shot the guns that they had trained on her? They opted for a non-lethal force because at that point in time, they deemed her a danger to herself. There is no part of what those officers saw that was cool and calm and reflective in Latoshia Daniels. They saw a woman in an emotional crisis. While the police were there, after Latoshia was taken into custody, they called the EMTs who came and rendered aid to both Tabitha and Brodus. They were then taken to the hospital where they both underwent surgery. Tabitha, thankfully, was okay. Brodus was not. He did die as a result of these gunshot wounds. That has never been in dispute. There are several things that are not in dispute. It's just a difference of whether you look at it from far away or come in close to actually analyze it, to see the details that make it up. Tabitha came in to testify, and she talked to you about what she saw on April the 4th and what she experienced. And she was utterly confused by all of this because she had no idea what was going on. She had no idea why Latoshia would be there because Brodus hadn't told her that he saw her earlier in the night. She had no idea that Brodus and Latoshia had had a 2-year-long relationship. That this woman was desperately in love with her husband. She had no idea. And that wasn't fair to her. That absolutely was not fair to her. But even Tabitha came forward to say that she didn't think that Latoshia meant to shoot her. She also told y'all that she watched the clips that we watched before. She never said any of those things. She never had those conversations. She never had those conversations with Latoshia. She didn't alley-oop him any woman. The hard nose for her was anyone. But he lied to his wife about that. And he lied to Latoshia about that. He lied to Chriselle and Danielle about that. The police department then start their investigation. They took Tabitha's statement. Chriselle actually reached out to the police department to provide them these videos because she believed that Tabitha knew all of this. That this would be so helpful to them because obviously Tabitha knew everything and he was being so honest and transparent that they needed to have this information. Instead, they handed over evidence that showed that Brodus was manipulating all of these women. They collected the receipt. They collected the video surveillance from the gun store. They did a faraway view of what this was. And they looked at it and said, well, she bought a gun, she drove to Memphis, she went to Collierville, and she shot them. None of those facts are in dispute. Not a single one of them. But there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more to it. When she made that drive, she didn't go straight to Collierville. When she made that drive, she went downtown. Dr. Erica Curry came in and testified, talked about the gunshot wounds, trajectories, things like that. The fact that Brodus was shot multiple times is not in dispute. The fact that Latoshia is the one who shot him is not in dispute. She is not coming here to tell you, I didn't do this. She's coming here to tell you that when I did this, I was so overcome by my emotions that I behaved in a way that I would not normally behave. I would note, with the autopsy, it does show no stippling, no muzzle imprint. What that means is that the barrel of the gun was 3 feet or more away. When Latoshia was describing where everyone was sitting, and I believe Tabitha did too, Brodus was sitting directly next to Latoshia. He was in the blue chair. She was on the end of the couch. She was within arm's reach of him. And nothing happened. The other doctor that testified was Dr. Bidding. She is both a clinical and a forensic psychologist. The difference in those two things are one can kind of look at your whole picture and gather information for a legal process, and the other one can gather your whole picture and look at it for a diagnosis process. She does both of those things. And she has a very impressive CV to go along with it. And when she met with Latoshia, she did find a significant trauma history. She did not find malingering, which means no evidence of the fact, no evidence that Latoshia was not being honest in her answers on these psychological tests. She actually found that she tended to underreport her symptoms, which was consistent with her history of always having to put on a good face. Dr. Bidding does not just blindly rely on what someone tells her. She listens to what someone tells her and then compares it to outside sources, especially for that legal process. And she did that here. And she found evidence to corroborate what Latoshia was telling her. She read the police reports, including narratives about Latoshia's appearance on the scene. She read Tabitha Perry's statement describing what had happened. She watched the video of Brodus Perry talking to Chriselle and Danielle about seeing Latoshia at the cigar bar that night before going home to Carterville. He read Latoshia's journals. She read Latoshia's journals. And all of those corroborated what Latoshia was telling her. She had a history of depression, and she would not, the state was right, she would not offer an opinion on her state of mind at the moment of the offense. And that's what matters legally, is at the moment. However, she did have a position about her mental state around the time of the offense. The reason that she could not speak to at the moment of the offense was because Latoshia has trouble remembering those moments, just like Tabitha did, because trauma can do that to your memory. Around the time of the offense, again, corroborating by all of those items of information, she believed that Latoshia was exhibiting depressive symptoms and emotional dysregulation. She was in turmoil. She told you sometimes people who truly want to die are hoping that someone will give them a reason to live. And that's what Latoshia was doing here. When she parked her car in downtown Memphis, she truly wanted to die. But she was hoping with every part of herself that Brodus would give her a reason to live. Latoshia talked to you, and she told you her story. From a young age, all the way up to reaching out to Brodus for counseling, through their relationship, about his rules, about her love, about the fact that he had told her that Tabitha was on board with this. He just hadn't told her yet about Latoshia. She told you about that emotional whiplash that she suffered for that last month leading up to April the 4th. She was getting pulled by her heart in so many different directions. And she talked to you about the fact that the moment that her hand went into her pocket was a moment when she was shattering. That was the word that she used. In that moment, she shattered. The timeline in the case supports what Latoshia told you happened. At 3:14, we have a suicide note written, which is before going to buy a gun. She then takes a quick trip home and then leaves for the park. Driving down 440, where there's a split for Memphis. She proceeds towards Memphis and arrives downtown, speaks with Brodus for a long time. Latoshia then drives to Carterville, sits in the parking lot, calls Brodus, starts to have some second thoughts, and Brodus says, "No, go on in. Go on in." Latoshia goes to the apartment. Tabitha lets her in. They talk for 10 to 20 minutes. Brodus arrives back home. They talk for 10 to 20 minutes, and then Latoshia says, I'm going to leave now. Police respond at 22:36, again, 10:36 Central Time. And by 10:36, Latoshia is still standing there with the weapon in her hand. If she left Arkansas at 5 o'clock, and it only takes 3 hours to get to Carterville, why was it 10:36 when police arrived? Unless there was something that happened in between. And we know that there was something that happened in between because Brodus made a video saying, guess who I just saw as I'm walking out of the cigar lounge? All of that corroborates what Ms. Daniels came here to tell you. And I can tell you, sitting on that stand is not easy, especially talking about the things that she had to sit up there and talk about. She's not proud of what she did. She is extremely remorseful for what happened that day. When the prosecutor during cross-examination said, you went there to shoot him, didn't you? She said, no. No, ma'am, I loved him. I would never hurt him. No. That was not my intention. Because she didn't come to Memphis to hurt him. She was planning on hurting herself. And she walked into that apartment happy to be there in the hopes that she would get some semblance of that love back. Very briefly, I'm going to talk to you all about the law. You have your jury instructions, and there are some that I would like for you to cue in on because they're very important. If you remember during jury selection, we talked about criminal offenses and what's required. And what's required is an act and an intent. You have to have both. When you look at what are called lesser included offenses, the act never changes. The intent is what changes. On count 1, the lesser included offenses are all of the offenses: first-degree murder, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide. As I told you, Latoshia Daniels pleads not guilty to first-degree murder. I submit that the appropriate charge in this case, as it pertains to Brodus Perry, is voluntary manslaughter. Voluntary manslaughter is an intentional and knowing killing that occurs during a heat of passion. That is exactly what the facts before us in this trial have laid out. Premeditation requires the exercise of reflection and judgment, careful consideration, sufficient freedom from excitement and passion so as to be capable of premeditation. When you are in that emotional state of passion, you can't reason properly. That's why premeditation requires the absence of all of those emotions to truly and thoughtfully judge and reflect on your actions before you take them. The emotions cloud that ability and impair that ability. A heat of passion means any of the human emotions known as anger, rage, sudden resentment, terror, or similar emotions which render the mind incapable of cold reflection. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that that is exactly what we have here. This was a voluntary manslaughter. This was not a first-degree murder. And I told you from day one that Ms. Daniels was not coming here to tell you I didn't do anything wrong. She knows what she did was wrong. She feels that every day. But that doesn't mean that that was a cool, premeditated act. Count 2, the account pertaining to Tabitha Perry, Archie. Criminal attempt first degree, criminal attempt second degree, criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter, and reckless endangerment. Those are the lesser included offenses as they pertain to her. I submit to you that the actions that led to Miss Perry's injury was reckless endangerment. The process that involved Miss Perry getting shot, she actually put herself into that line of fire, and Miss Daniels did not even mean to shoot her. Miss Perry even believes that Latoshia was not trying to shoot her. Tabitha told the police that. Tabitha told y'all that. The police told you that. She tried to shield Brodus, and in the process she got hurt. And that was an unacceptable risk that Latoshia took when she fired those shots. And she should have known that firing those shots in that apartment could have ended up hurting Tabitha. And that's exactly what happened. The definition of recklessly in your jury instructions is found on page 9. And that is where, when you look at reckless endangerment, it will refer you back to the other definitions. That's where you find recklessly. A person acts recklessly when they are aware of but consciously disregard a risk that is substantial and unjustifiable that the alleged victim will be killed. Because it's under the reckless homicide, they refer to actual killing. It's applicable also to the reckless endangerment without a killing. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under the circumstances as viewed from an accused person's standpoint. She had absolutely no intention to hurt Tabitha, but firing those shots was a risk that she would. And she did hurt Tabitha. I submit to you that the appropriate charge on count 2 is reckless endangerment. All of these must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. And we talked for a long time in voir dire about beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution must present evidence that is so convincing that it leaves no other logical explanation for the facts except that the accused is guilty of the charged offense to a moral certainty. One of the elements that must be proven is the intent, is Latoshia Daniels' intent. So if you come down and you have one version of this event where this is a cool, calm, premeditated murder, and you have another version of events where this is a woman who was in an emotional distress, and both of those are reasonable based on the evidence, then the state has not carried their burden as to first-degree murder. The appropriate charge would be voluntary manslaughter. And that burden is very, very high. You can see both of those things if you step back and look at it and understand that while you may see two faces, you may see an apple core. And it's reasonable to see both of those things. No matter which one you looked up and immediately saw, or which one you prefer, both are reasonable as an explanation of what you see in that picture. This is the state's case. from far, far away, looking at these facts. Facts that are not in dispute. But they are missing the actual picture and showing you something that isn't really what this was. I'm asking you to look at all of the evidence that has been presented to you over the course of this week and to see the details of what that picture actually is. Thank you.
Any jurors on the board? State, go ahead.
You've heard all the evidence and most of the arguments. And the assumption at this point, based on our history, is I'm not going to be up here for an hour and a half, right? And I thought about that yesterday and more today, and I hope you appreciate that. But I don't want you to take that to mean that I don't have anything to say about this case, or that I don't want you to understand how significant that the proof is in this case. Because it's significant. And it's almost so clear that it just doesn't take a whole lot of time to explain it to you, or to prove it to you. So if I can just take a few minutes to go back through there just to remind you of what we're looking at. The proof is clear even by her admission that she got a text that morning that said this relationship is over. I don't want to be in it anymore. And that shouldn't have been, and probably wasn't, a huge surprise to her. Because for the past months, weeks, she was even going to break up with him at one point. You know, really since he had moved from Little Rock, the relationship hadn't been the same. So what did she do in response to that? And she can tell you, this is what I plan to do. But the proof is she immediately went to buy a gun and immediately drove to Memphis to find him. 3 hours. And that's not disputed. She says, I was going to kill myself. But she wound up in Memphis with him. And she wound up at his house. She was still there when the police arrived. She shot him multiple times and shot Tabitha Perry Archie in the process. I mean, that's overwhelming proof of intentional premeditated murder, and she agrees all that happened. Do you remember there was a discussion, I believe it was in jury selection, about we do things different here than we do in the real world? I mean, I don't really know what that means. Because what we know is that in the real world, Brodus Perry is not here to tell this story. That he was shot and killed in his own home in front of his wife. And we know that Tabitha was shot while kneeling next to her husband, trying to protect him and help him and begging her to stop. You know, there's a lot of talk about reflection and judgment, cool, calm, and collected. Well, she was cool, calm, and collected enough to say, according to her, Tabitha, get out of the way. She doesn't remember anything, but she knows she didn't mean to shoot Tabitha. I mean, that's in the real world. And this is hard, I know. Talking about Tabitha, it's a good time just to point out, I mean, there is transferred intent. And so we don't have to prove she was trying to kill Tabitha. Just that she was trying to kill somebody, and she was trying to kill somebody. She did kill somebody. And in that process, she shot and caused serious bodily injury to Miss Archie. So when you have a case like that, with those facts that line up perfect, I get the text, I go buy the gun, I drive to Memphis, I show up at his house, and I shoot and kill him. You got to come up with something as a defense, right? So the defense is, I'm the victim. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit in a minute, but I want to talk to y'all a little bit about who she is, who is claiming that she's the victim in this case. It's an almost 40-year-old grown woman who has a doctorate degree, who has been twice married and twice divorced, who runs her own business, and who voluntarily entered into and started this affair with Brodus Perry. She admitted that. I liked the way he made me feel. I was wanting that kind of relationship at that time. She knew he was married. She had dinner with, she played tennis with his wife. She knew that Tabitha wasn't aware of this affair. You know, that there's rules. Brodus had rules. Well, I mean, one of the rules was we've got to talk to each other on this app that's not easily traceable. Is that a rule? Or is that what you would expect? Two people who were married because they were both married when it started, that they might come together and say, you know, we probably don't need to text each other and email each other on our phones and on our computers, because we got to hide this. Is that a rule? Is that manipulative? Can't go out in public with just the two of us because we don't want to be seen as a couple. Is that a rule? Or is that what you expect? When two people who are married decide they're going to have a sexual relationship and hide it from their spouse. Is that manipulative? Did she ever say anything about he forced me to be in this relationship? Did I miss something with that? Or did she say she liked it? She wanted it to be in that relationship. I can't put your plane tickets on my card. Is that a rule? Is that what you call that? You know, she couldn't make one trip, so she said, so I decided to go on the Jerusalem trip because I couldn't make it on the wherever the other trip was, Cuba or something. So hey, I want to go on this other one because I didn't get to make that one. Is that you're expected to go? Or you want to go hang out with the married guy of my friend at a hotel room in Israel? Which is it? I don't want you to call 911 if there's like some kind of medical emergency. If you were staying in a hotel room with the person you're having an affair with, do you want her calling 911? How does that make Brodus Perry manipulative? She drank bourbon with him, she smoked cigars with him. She knew about his interest in this book. She read the book. She understood that he was interested in this non-monogamy lifestyle. She even tried to recruit one of her friends to help him out with that. A 38-year-old grown woman with a doctorate degree who run a business and has been twice married and twice divorced. You know, one of the things that happens when you kill somebody is there's only one side of the story that gets to be told, because there's only one person that's left alive. And so we spent a lot of time talking about how bad Brodus Perry was. We played videos for his widow and made her sit there and say, no, I didn't know that. He was lying to me. You know, it seems illogical, but it's sometimes easier to feel sympathy toward the person who's still alive than it is the person who died. Because that's the only story you get. And she made terrible decisions. And you feel bad for her because she made those decisions. But they were her decisions. If Brodus was here, would he say, I'm sorry, I wish I hadn't done that way? We'll never know, will we? Did he make mistakes? You know, I want to quote to you from the jury instructions because I think it's important. Because you can't look at her and say, I feel sorry for her because she made that decision. This is a quote. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. So feel sympathy toward her, but don't let that affect your verdict. You'd be inhuman not to feel sympathy toward her. But we talked about earlier, during jury selection, how sympathy and prejudice are not appropriate, and how you look at the facts, and if you determine that she intentionally, unlawfully, and premeditatedly killed him, it doesn't matter how sorry you feel for her. Because you're not supposed to use sympathy. Was Brodus honest? He lied to his wife. He lied to his church. He lied to two people in a book club on an app where they sent videos back and forth to each other who he had never met. You want to be married to Brodus? Maybe not. Did he lie to the defendant? I don't know if we know that. I mean, she knew he was married. She knew they were hiding the affair. She knew Tabitha didn't know. She knew about the book. She knew he wanted the non-monogamous lifestyle. She knew that early in the relationship. She read the book. What did he lie to her about? Probably more honest with her than he was anybody else. He may have lied to her. Lying and being immoral is not a capital offense. Latoshia Daniels also made a lot of choices. She got to tell you she's not proud of them, Brodus didn't. She made a choice to start the affair. She made a choice to continue the affair. She even made that choice after she claims that he made her feel bad in the hotel room to continue that affair. She made the choice to hide the affair. She chose to go purchase a gun after she got that text. She chose to drive from Little Rock to Memphis. She chose to go to the Perry's house. She chose to take her gun into their home. And you'll note that premeditation, if done prior to the act, like, so you can premeditate a murder, and then you can go to do that murder, and you can be overcome by adrenaline, excitement, any other emotion you can think of. But if you premeditated it before you do that, and then you follow through with the murder, that don't negate the planning that you did beforehand. Why didn't she shoot him when the door was closed? Think about it all you want to. It's probably hard to pull out a gun and shoot somebody, even if you plan to. You can plan that all the way from Little Rock to Memphis, and it still may be hard to pull the trigger. She made a decision to shoot and kill Brodus Perry, and she made a decision to shoot Tabitha. One of the defense witnesses was Dr. Bidding. What did we glean from her that's helpful? Because I don't doubt she was depressed, and that's what Dr. Bidding said, she was depressed. And I'm not taking that lightly. Depression is an awful disease that affects millions of people. But Dr. Bidding said it doesn't mean that you can't. Dr. Bidding said it doesn't mean that they commit violent acts because they're suffering from depression. Depression doesn't cause that, and depression doesn't cause you to lose your ability to plan, use judgment. And she specifically said that that depression is not a cause of impulsivity. So if depression doesn't negate intent and premeditation, it doesn't keep her from being cool, calm, collective, it doesn't keep her from using reflection and judgment, is that helpful to us? You also heard from Dr. Bidding about this defense under Tennessee law called insanity. And what she said was, there's a defense in Tennessee. And if a person is of this mental state where you can't appreciate the wrongfulness of your actions, then they can be found not guilty of the crime, because there are two things, the act and the intent. And she said, this insanity applies when someone is not able to appreciate the wrongfulness of their actions because of their mental state. And I said, well, did you evaluate the defendant for the criteria for insanity? Yes, it was not there. Insanity would not, the criteria were not met when I evaluated the defendant for that. You also heard Dr. Bidding talk about what she called diminished capacity, which in Tennessee is this: you might still be guilty of something, but you're not guilty of the more serious offense because your capacity is diminished because of your mental state. And again, I asked Dr. Bidding, a defense expert, a witness called by the defense. What about when you evaluated Latoshia Daniels for this diminished capacity? Didn't meet the criteria for that. Well, Dr. Bidding, the defense expert, what about post-traumatic stress disorder? Did she meet the criteria for that? No. No, she didn't meet the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder. Dr. Bidding, the defense expert, does potentially wanting to harm herself, does that negate intention and premeditation? Can't say that it does negate intention and premeditation. Well, tell us, Dr. Bidding, about her mental state at the time she committed this offense. I'm unable to provide an opinion about her mental state at the time she committed this offense. What about Dr. Bidding's testimony did you find helpful? I found helpful the fact that she said she did appear to exercise judgment just prior to this homicide. And she did appear to engage in planning in the moments leading up to this homicide. So we've talked about she used judgment, had a cool, calm, and collected thought when she told Tabitha to get out of the way. I don't want to shoot you. Dr. Bidding says she has cool, calm, and collected thoughts all day, up to the moments before the homicide. Then we heard from Officer Duncan, who said he pointed, I saw her point the gun at herself. She was holding the gun. When I got to the door, I said, drop it. She pointed the gun at herself. At some point during that day, did she intend to harm herself? I don't doubt that. But I can tell you what she had at that moment. She had the judgment and reflection not to harm herself. She had the judgment and reflection not to point that weapon at the Collierville Police Department because they had a gun pointed at her. Where's the lack of judgment and reflection? Was she devastated? Was she in love? Were her feelings hurt? Had she spent 2 years in a relationship with a married man and she realized he wasn't going to leave his wife? I don't doubt that. Did she know what she was doing? Yes. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for her. It's unfortunate for Brodus Perry's family. Unfortunate for the widow of Brodus Perry. That doesn't change what happened. Did she plan this all the way from Little Rock? And I'm going to change a little bit and talk about something different here, and I want to be very clear about what I mean when I'm doing this. I submit the proof shows that she did plan this from the time she got the text. But I want to talk about why I think that's not required. It's impossible to know what she was thinking because we can't read her mind. Was she planning to kill Brodus and herself? Maybe. That doesn't negate the fact that she killed Brodus and that she did it on purpose, intentionally, with premeditation. Did Brodus ask her to go to his house? I mean, his reaction says no. The history between the two of them says no. A hidden app. Gotta have somebody with us. We went 2 years, we hadn't told her. He didn't want Tabitha to know. So the history between them indicates no. So the evidence is contrary to her description of what happened. And again, I'm going to emphasize that because I'm going to make another argument. But I want to read. The evidence is contrary to what she describes as happening. But it really doesn't matter. She's asking you to consider voluntary manslaughter. And the kind of the difference is the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Well, there's no question she acted in an irrational manner because it's hardly ever rational to point a gun and shoot a guy 7 times who's not threatening you, doesn't have a weapon, and is not even, there's not even a chance he's harming you physically. No even history of him harming you physically. So that's never a rational act. So the second part of that is very important because it can't be adequate provocation that makes Latoshia Daniels act in an irrational manner because she did. And all you would have to say is, yep, there was some provocation that made me act irrationally, so I'm not guilty of homicide. I'm not guilty of murder 1. It says sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Did what happened to her, is that enough to make a reasonable person act that way? To point a loaded gun at an individual who's unarmed and not threatening you and pull the trigger not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, not 6 times, but 7 times. Somebody talked to you about the classic law school example of voluntary manslaughter, where someone comes home and they find their spouse in bed with somebody else having an affair. And before they have time to reflect on that or cool down, they kill either their spouse or the person they're having the affair with. And that is the classic law school example. Latoshia Daniels doesn't fit the classic law school example. Her spouse was not having an affair. She didn't react immediately to some huge thing like that. Somebody hit my child or whatever. She knew this relationship was coming to an end. And she knew about this affair for 2 years. And she knew Tabitha didn't know about it. So again, it's not voluntary manslaughter. So I want to look at her story and set aside all the other evidence for just a moment. Not conceding there's not all the other evidence, but I want to just set it aside for a minute. What was the adequate provocation? He wouldn't walk me to the door? To my car? It's the only provocation I heard. Because right before that, she was talking, and she even made a decision. I feel like I'm being played, was what her testimony was. I'm embarrassed. I want to leave. Is that a person overcome but doesn't know what they're doing? And she had known since that morning he was ready for this relationship to end. And she had known for months that the relationship was not what it had been. That's not provocation that would lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. It may be provocation that would break your heart, that would hurt your feelings, that would cause you to be really upset and really mad and really regretful, maybe ashamed, maybe embarrassed. She told you why she did this. And to convict, all you got to do is listen to her. She told Brodus. I don't know if he heard her because he had a bullet in his head. You broke my heart. That's why she did it. The evidence suggests that she made the decision to kill him. Maybe herself that morning. But even if she made it when he declined to walk her to the car, it's first-degree murder. There's no time period required for premeditation. Some of the things you can look at, she shot an unarmed, unthreatening person. She was making decisions that she felt like she was being played, that she was embarrassed. She was walking to the door. She reached in her pocket and pulled out the gun that she had brought into their home. She didn't go back out to her car to get the gun. Was it for protection from her car to the door, or did she forget it was there? We heard both sides of that story. And she shot him 7 times. And killed him. How can that not be intentional and premeditated? Even disregarding all the evidence except what she tells you. How can that not be intentional and premeditated? Especially considering Dr. Biding's testimony. And all the things she did. Tabitha, get out of the way. Not pointing the gun at the police. Not harming herself. Where was this total loss of judgment? She was hurt. She was mad. She was embarrassed. She didn't like what Brodus had done to her. What Brodus had done to her. I ask you to follow the law. Apply the evidence to it. And if you do that, I submit you'll find that she's guilty as charged on all 3 counts of the indictment. Thank you.
All right, now it's time to select our alternates. All right, Mr. Lord and people will be our jury. I'm going to send you back with the instructions, the indictment, and the exhibits. I think except the firearm. The first thing you will need to do is select a 4-person. And when you have a verdict, you will write your verdict on the verdict form. I will review the form to make sure that it's in proper form, and then I will have the jury foreman read the verdict. So I'm going to show the people who are on the jury, excuse the alternates. If you could remain, you can finally discuss the case. So I'm going to show you excuse at this time.
Folks, are coming with you, bring your paperwork with you.
All right, Mr. Lord.
You can finally discuss the case. Finally. Oh my God. It's all. No. I think that it was Ms. Ma'am's lawyer, whatever her name is, Miss Spelling, Miss Snelling, Miss something. It's absolutely ridiculous. Giving the jury the case at 4 p.m. on a Friday. Girl, they're going to be in their cars. This is going to be a memory at 5:30. Okay. Somebody's going to be on their cell phone, and it's going to be her lawyer's fault. It's her lawyer's fault that they're not going to have enough time, and they're so annoyed. Her lawyer carried on so much. It's not even Latoshia who was annoying, which listening to the prosecutor, she is annoying because, like the prosecutor said, there's so many decisions that were made throughout the way. How are you going to sit here and play up in our faces and try to tell us that you did not have intent? You've had plenty of time to think this out. She absolutely is a professional. When you sat there as you know how when you, let's just say someone's a lawyer, somebody's a doctor, somebody's a this, somebody's a that. You are a professional in what you do, and somebody is not. Like people who get mad at bloggers, radio people who get mad at bloggers, whatever. Okay. People who get mad because they invested a lot of time in education and whatever in doing what they're doing. And then someone comes in less trained and does the same thing, right? She is sitting over here. She said she was looking for spiritual counseling. This woman's got her bachelor's, master's, PhD. She's a professional in what she does. You're going to this guy who is not a trained counselor. He is in some sort of pastoral care. You have a session with him. You go back for another session and find out his hands were in his pockets. Now, and he was trying to remain professional. What does that mean? Because he had his hands on his penis. Like, what is, I had my hands in my pockets. I didn't even understand that reference, because either he tried to mean his hands were so busy or he was doing something nasty under the desk. I didn't get it. But my example was this: you are a trained professional. You go for some counseling of a spiritual nature, and the second meeting, this guy is being absolutely and completely inappropriate and approaches you off topic and you end up with your pants down in the second meeting, you let him have it, you let him smash, and you're married, baby, you got to be kidding me. You think anybody believes you? It would, if Miss Tabitha was sitting in trial right now, people could be considering that there was a reason because she's a wife, she's been betrayed, they have marital contracts, all of those things. There's a greater sense of loyalty and obligation to your wife. But the fact that you're sitting playing tennis with this lady, you're making tennis dates, you're playing tennis, you're socializing, and behind her back, you're sleeping with her husband. You got to be kidding me. You think you deserve people considering you as not guilty when you had 2 years, what you had, how many, however many days, at least, how many, 700 and however 365 times 2, we're looking at like 740 days of a lifetime. You've had 740 opportunities. You messed with this guy for 2 years. At over 700, 800 times you woke up and could have never talked to this man again, starting at the day one. Starting at the fact that this guy was a clown. You went to see him for counseling about your husband. And then the second time he's telling you he's sitting there with his hands in his pants and you got your panties on the floor. Come on. Latoshia, you gotta come on. You are going to handle yourself, but you take a handful of bullets. Who needs a handful of bullets when the first bullet would have rendered you incapacitated? She must think people are stupid. Well, you gonna shoot yourself in the foot first? You did that the day you let your panties go to the floor. That's when you shot yourself in the foot. You shot yourself in the pocketbook dealing with this guy. You shot yourself in the heart dealing with this clown, telling him all your business so he could love bomb you. Girl, you got to be kidding me. This woman is absolutely a clown. That man is the prosecutor. He's so calm and cool with it. He's like, look, and then it's like, oh, she was going to the park and then she got to the fork in the road. How poetic is that? You know, there's a is it Robert Frost? The two roads diverge in a wood and I chose the road less traveled by. That poem, it's a very famous poem about two roads diverge in a wood. And the person, the subject of the poem talks about they took the road less traveled, right? Like, I think this woman thinks she's so freaking smart. You know how like there's just those people that are so narcissistic they think everybody's stupid. It's like, lady, I read that poem in the 11th grade and I've never forgotten it. I had to memorize it. Okay? We all know. So you got on the road. You're like, "Oh my God, it's the road to Memphis. I'm going to go to Memphis with my handful of bullets." You know, come on now. Does she think we're stupid? And then you have a coat on. Didn't she say she had on a coat? You have on a coat with a damn gun in it. Do you know how heavy a gun is? If you slap together, I would say I don't know what a Ruger 9mm feels like, but what I can tell you is from my experience with a 9mm, if I were to take maybe 2 or 3 of If I took 2 or 3 iPhones and taped them together, at least 2, but maybe 3 phones, tape them together, you're talking about the heavy side of almost 2 pounds. Maybe, a nice heavy 1 plus pound, maybe 2, not super heavy. And a pound makes it sound heavy, but it could be like the heavier side of 2 phones put together in your pocket. So it's not heavy, but it's going to weigh down the side of your coat and you're going to know it's there. It's got weight to it. It's a firearm. How can you forget that it's there? It's not like in a breast pocket. It's not like she had a gun safety vest on or something where it was like well cradled. You just had it in like your coat, allegedly. But we don't know what she had on. Did she have on that same jacket, that same like business casual Thursday outfit she had with the khakis and the vest, the little blazer? We don't know what she had on. Anyway, all right, let's take that down. I don't think that I don't know if they're gonna last very long. They're gonna get the foreman. Everybody wants to go home. If they're not even we don't know if they've ordered dinner, okay, for the people. Yeah, I'm glad the wife is free too. Hopefully, she might not even be white. Girl, she might be in the bushes over here. Girl, she might be bougie gang. Who knows? Um, sh- just be glad. I feel like they're like, oh, but she didn't. When the defense lawyer said, and she really didn't even mean to shoot Tabitha. But you know what? A felony, a felony during the commission of another felony. So you shot her while you killed her husband. So you don't deserve manslaughter. I almost feel like you don't deserve manslaughter because it's not like you just shot her by mistake. You had the gun and you were just being stupid. You had it in your coat and oops, I shot you, Tabitha. I'm so sorry. No, you had the gun out popping bullets into her husband and she got in the way because as a wife, no matter how dirty her husband was, I guess she still loved him and she was trying to protect him and you shot her too. So, in theory, they're right to accuse you of trying to kill her because what proof do we have you weren't trying to kill her? And also, it was a felony for you to be shooting at her. So, you committed a felony when you shot her, which could have been a life threatening wound. You just don't know how to shoot. So it wasn't life threatening, but it was in the commission of another felony that did actually kill someone. So you deserve to get the attempted murder because there's nothing in that time period that tells us that you would not have killed her other than the fact that at that moment you'd made a decision not to. But in the moments before, when you pointed the gun at her, it is safe to assume, because we all know if someone has a gun pointed at you, you want to assume, especially when it is life threatening use of force, it is a deadly weapon. It's not a weapon for play. It is a deadly weapon. You pointed it at her. It's safe to assume you were trying to kill her. So I don't know. I don't think she stands a chance. She doesn't stand a chance. Okay, let me okay. Kathy, you want to call in? I don't let's see. You broke my heart murder trial. That's too funny. She's cooked. She's cooked. I think that it's Friday afternoon. People have a low tolerance for bullshit. I think that everybody knows somebody who's made a bad decision or two or three, maybe made a bad decision themselves, and by the grace of God feel, you know, blessed, or thank you, I made it through being dumb. And this lady is next level because she had two opportunities for gunplay with this guy. The first opportunity, she was playing with a gun, he took her gun. The second opportunity, she goes, buys another gun, and he's dead. He actually tried to protect you the first time because he took your gun. But her stupid behind goes and runs and buys another one. She was mad because he broke up with her on text. That's just like the prosecutor said. She's mad she got broken up with on text. She's mad she wasn't going to be able to have that DICK anymore. She was willing to accept a throuple with his wife. She wasn't interested in Tabitha. She wanted Tabitha's husband. Let's just be real. She didn't want I didn't hear anything about these women being bisexual or lesbians. She wanted Dan Brodus. She wasn't trying to get with Tabitha. She wasn't trying to be in no throuple. And let the truth be told, they were already sister wives. They just didn't know about it. He just didn't want you anymore. He had his Cigar Savant website, and he had all these ladies that love to wear their cleavage out and smoke cigars who have enough coin to hang out at the club. He wanted to have casual relationships and no strings attached. Maybe he really wanted to be, have a better relationship with his wife, but have more casual encounters rather than basically have a second wife. Because, I mean, if he said he wanted to see what it was like to be single, he wanted to have some more freedom, then ma'am, he was trying to tell you, you're over there bringing him trays and food. He doesn't want that type. He already has a wife. He didn't need a second wife. He wants sex. He wants to be freaky. He wants Diddy Jr. He wanted to have a good time. He was trying to tell you so you could get the picture to go ahead and scram. She wanted him bad. Okay, let me drop the I'm gonna drop the call in if anybody wants to call in. Hit the link. I guess we're gonna try to, girl, he was trying to have freak offs, okay? He was trying to be philosophical about the ethical slut, that crazy book. If anybody believes in that book, if that's anyone's marching orders in life, that's your business. We're just having a good time with it. If you feel a way about the ethical slut, no disrespect to the lifestyle, just I'm ignorant to it. I don't know enough about it, but at the end of the day, if that's what floats your boat, that's your business, and it's cool. You know what I mean? This guy was a liar. And unfortunately, that's what led to his demise. And also, he picked a woman who was mentally unstable. So, not to say that he was a beacon of mental health either. However, he was not homicidal, and she clearly was. She wanted to run around and play with guns when she wasn't getting her way. So that's, he should have let her be a long time ago. He allowed her to take care of him like he was a baby. Well, even like she was his wife. When she said that she would make him trays and make him food, I really didn't think about it like a son. I think she was handling him like that was her husband. You know what I mean? Hi, Mrs. Dr. Murder. Can you hear me? Let me see. Oh,
I can
you're
hear
on
you.
mute. There you go. Hi,
Yes,
welcome.
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Happy Friday. I'm gonna put myself on mute because the dogs are barking as usual.
Well, I just have a very, very quick comment.
Okay, go
Um,
ahead.
I know that this story is very much like, oh, she's a heartbroken woman and she is very hurt. But I think it's more than that. I think she felt played, and because of her degrees, her career, she was like, I am not the one that that Rhodes was going to do this to. So I think anger management is beyond her problems. I think that she became evil in the end, and she killed that man just because he played her.
She get bitter. She got mad.
Absolutely,
She started getting sick
absolutely.
and tired. And rather than healthy sick and tired, which is pivot and find something else to do, direct your energies elsewhere. She wallowed the in him rejecting her, and she wanted to hurt him.
She has resources. She has resources more than other women have access to, and she could have, but she didn't. She wanted to kill him.
I think so. I think also the previous situation with the gun, the other situation where he took her gun is highly like
Yes.
it's like very relevant because they'd already had a situation where she was playing around or you know I'm going to kill myself. Oh, you don't look. I know it's a very touchy topic, but him taking that gun from her, if that was what she had in her mind and she was set on that type of end for herself, it's not all about a firearm. There are many ways that she could have met to that end with or without that. So it wasn't necessarily all about going to the gun store unless that's just only thing that she was focused on. I think she'd been yeah, just to the point, I do think she'd been planning to kill him all along.
100%. I think
Yeah.
that he. I don't necessarily. I don't think that he was scared of her, but I knew. I do think that he knew that she had anger issues, and I think that a woman who has lived the life that she has, she could easily have. I'm not going to say snapped, but have a pop off kind of anger that he may have been aware of, and that's why ultimately he just broke it off the way he did. Now he's trifling, he raggedy, he a dusty, and I bet you a woman paid for embraces too.
I'm sure his wife, probably his probably his wife's dental plan because I think his wife might have been the one with the professional job or the job and he was kind of, pastor. So we don't know if they had insurance at the church. They may have, but he may have just been kind of she may have been the one with the benefits and then he was kind of he allegedly had a consulting company and he was pastoring at the church. So it was kind of it might have been the equivalent of two part-time jobs. You know what I mean? So she may have been the one with the medical, dental, vision, 401k.
Absolutely, but he's the kind that just keeps women that he can use, and I think
Yeah.
he used this woman. She got played in the end. I feel for that. But I think girlfriend planned on killing him. After that, she was like, nah, I've been out here trying to be an ethical slut, and now all of a sudden you gonna break it off? No, I'm not playing with you. Thank you,
Isn't
Bougie.
that
I gotta
ironic?
go.
The you said you got to go?
Yeah, I'm on the train,
Oh,
unfortunately.
okay. Well, thanks for calling in. Okay, take care. Get home
Thank
safe.
you.
Okay, take
You too.
care. All right, bye-bye. Great points. Thank you, Mrs. Dr. Murder. Okay, thank you so much. Loved it. Um, isn't there some irony in the ethical slut because she was a unethical slut? I mean, not to look, I'm not trying to slut shame or anything. But at the end of the day, the prosecutor did call out that she was in a very, very tense or intense affair with a married man that she opted into. And, this premise of the ethical slut, has been thrown around, and she was anything but. I know it's more related to polyamory, but I don't there's nowhere in a relationship that we factor in when it doesn't go our way, you kill the person. That's just it doesn't work like that. That's not how it works. We're not supposed to do that. Okay. He was rotten for sure, but she's guilty. Yeah, he didn't deserve to die. Like, there's a lot of bad people out here, lots of jerks, lots of girl don't date him, lots of guys like that, lots of women like that, right? There's a lot of people who do other people wrong and put themselves in danger by being horrible to the people that actually care about them, but we can't go around killing everybody that misbehaves or acts poorly or is toxic. It's not even just about misbehaving like they're bad kids. That's just not how life works. We're not allowed to make that type of judgment and kill people for that reason. Even though, yes, she was very much hurt, she's traumatized, she told stories of abuse, all of those things. I feel like it makes it hard for the people who have dealt with very severe trauma and get up every day and just manage to make it through the day and are still kind and considerate and try to navigate the world without putting out the toxicity that's been given to them. But because of her experiences, she felt like it was okay to play in that lady's face, go play tennis with her, sleep with her husband, lie to her, scheme behind her back. How do you pick up the phone to set up a tennis date with somebody? Meanwhile, you just got out of bed with her husband. Like, that is so disgusting. It's one thing to be having an affair, but my God, I'm playing tennis with your wife on Wednesday. Tabitha's life could have been in danger a long time ago. You know what I mean? Like, that is so weird. That's scary. That's really, really scary behavior. I cannot. I cannot even, that's hard to process. That's one of those elements of this story that I keep like forgetting about, because it's like, oh yeah, she was playing tennis with her. They were actually friends. They were friendly. It's not even like they were just on the same tennis team and they ended up getting matched up. They had a acquaintanceship. Hey, are we playing tennis next week? Okay, see you there. Bye. Want to go grab a sandwich? Like, they were friendly. I cannot imagine. Now, someone might say Tabitha knew more. Okay, let's just go down the scenario that Tabitha knew more, guys, okay? Tabitha wasn't completely in the dark. Tabitha still did not deserve what was going on. Even if she allowed Brodus to be out there and slang his stuff all around Memphis and Little Rock, you should never have knocked on that woman's door to confront him. You already confronted him down at the bar. You already had confronted him down to the bar. What do you want? Go home. He doesn't want to be with you anymore. Why are you at the apartment? And that would make sense. It would make sense that she was not invited to the house. Okay. Can we talk about this? So there's two different stories. According to the lady who's on trial for murder, she says Brodus told her to go to the house. They were going to confront Tabitha with the sister wife scenario, and that did not happen. According to the wife, who had no idea this lady was coming over, her husband got killed, she got shot, who does have reason to lie because she probably wants to protect her reputation if they were swinging, or she knew some things about having an open marriage or whatever. But the fact that she didn't know he came over or didn't know she was coming over could definitely be valid. It could definitely be valid that he didn't know she was coming over and that she already had the address and that she surprised him like on some damn Fatal Attraction. It's giving Fatal Attraction. Remember when Glenn Close was over there at the house talking to the wife? And he comes in and he's like, "Oh shit." If you haven't seen that movie in a long time, Fatal Attraction, if you've never seen it, oh my god. It's giving a little bit of Fatal Attraction. She killed the bunny. Yes. It's quite possible, based on Brodus behaving in that manner, maybe he didn't know she was coming. I don't know. We don't know because we never got the phones. They never got the phones. If they would have had those phones, baby, it would have told everything. It would have told everything. She came over because they were putting the house up for sale. The fact that she couldn't explain why she was why you had on heels, ma'am. You didn't have on sneakers. You didn't have on loafers. You didn't have a purse. You didn't drop something on the okay, I dropped my keys on the floor. How hard is that? How hard is that to say? I don't know why I was down on the floor. Ma'am, were you coming to kill Tabitha? Were you trying to crouch down were you trying to do a damn Shakina Thompson? Were you trying to do a Kayla Hodgson? Were you trying to, when she opened the door, bum rush her, knock her down, shoot her so he could come home? Were you trying to set him up for the okie doke, come from out of town, shoot the lady, and get on the highway and take off? What were you doing? We saw you had work pumps on, lady. We saw you had on corny khakis and work pumps. Girl, she had on her after work murder outfit. I think he didn't believe she'd really go over to the house. So you think he sent her over? What man who is sexing a lady down behind your wife's back is going to send the lady to the house? He looked like a real cornball. He didn't seem like the type to say, well, if you can make it happen, we're going to do it. He didn't give that energy. I think he was sick of her. I think she showed up because she was sick on on his peen. She said she was bent down, possibly tying her shoes on the stand. But we saw you with pumps on. Hold on 1 second. Do you want to have your camera on or you want your camera off? Hit the camera button so you can have your avatar if you want. Kathy, I see you backstage. Okay.
There we go. There we go.
I always like to ask because sometimes I can tell when people are moving around like they're not necessarily sure their camera's on. Hi, boo.
Mm-hmm.
This was a fun trial, wasn't it?
Girl, this trial was
fun.
100 kinds of crazy. 100 kinds of crazy.
I totally enjoyed it.
I had a little bit too much fun with this one, probably. I enjoyed it a little bit too much, but I have no regrets at the same time.
It was fun because we were all watching it together. That was fun.
Yes.
It was like some community, like it felt like a all day girl chat.
Absolutely.
I really did enjoy it.
We could hang out and have a kiki with the girls.
It was fun. It was so much fun. So
yeah,
what
but how do you
think?
listen? I think that she planned to go there and talk to him / kill him because she was mad. She might have had emotional distress and everything else, but at the end of the day, in my opinion, she was mad. She's like, wait, I have spent my time, my money, everything else, and you were just like all these other crumb bums I've been dealing with, and I've had enough. She put on her cute, I'm gonna go shoot somebody outfit. She
Yeah.
pressed them pants. I don't press, I'm like, mm-mm. If I press pants, it's an occasion. The occasion was she was gonna go pop a cap dead in his behind, which is what she did, but she also popped several caps in his head, his gut, his buttocks, everything else. It
Yeah.
was crazy.
He had multiple gunshot wounds to the head, so he wasn't going to make it.
Yeah.
What do you think
Wait,
about the
that
Yeah.
shady DA
Oh
when
my
the
god, I
DA
love
said
him. Love
you were
him.
screaming, you broke my heart, but I don't know if he could hear you with that bullet in his head. Girl, the way I
Okay.
hollered,
Oh my
I
god.
was like, uh-uh,
What about when she said I grabbed a handful of bullets? When I heard her say that, that's like one thing
ma'am,
that has never left me. Like if you're going
ma'am.
to do yourself,
Mm-hmm.
we all know that it only you're wherever you unless you're depending on what type of how you're going to do this thing, you're going to be rendered incapacitated on one.
Absolutely. You
So
only need
who
one
needs a
bullet. Hmm.
handful? When she said, I feel like that was a misstep. Like that was like a
Yeah.
oops. That was like I'm
Look,
talking too much. You said that
she
was the
should have
wrong
got
thing to say.
it was ridiculous. She should have got comfortable at the house, put on some shoes that didn't make her feet hurt, put on some nice Uggs or something, make herself a nice decon smoothie with a little trace of what is that? Brake fluid in it or something like that, antifreeze. Took that to the park, enjoyed her smoothie, and went on off to sleep or whatever. What is she talking about?
Okay,
I had
I'm
to
sure
buy a
she had some stuff
gun.
in the
Uh,
medicine cabinet. Ma'am had a
Yes.
few. Ma'am had some things that could have taken her. What was it to the endless heaven buffet? Girl,
Yes.
she could have been up there chillaxing and went. She could have did a Michael Jackson sleep. It would have been. She would have
Right?
been just fine. Okay.
Easy peasy. She was mad. She was mad. And you'll never convince me that he was like, yeah, go to my house and we're going to have this conversation with my wife. He was furious when he saw her, his
It
raggedy
doesn't make
behind.
sense because that's not what happened.
Right.
That's one of
Right.
those things
And
when it doesn't lie.
him, who looks at him and is like, oh, yeah, that's a man I would throw my whole life away over. Mm-mm.
Oh,
Raggedy, bad teeth, dusty, no good job. Child, mm-mm. Clearly DL,
Latasha.
in my opinion.
Girl,
In my opinion.
Latasha did.
Mm,
Latasha, what's her
mm.
name? Tabitha, they liked him, but that's okay. You know what I mean?
Look,
I think now in perspective, Tabitha's probably mortified.
I'm sure she is. And when a woman is married to an idiot, she knows she's married to an idiot. I have dated idiots and have excused their foolishness by the grace of God and some common doggone sense. I didn't marry an idiot, but I dated plenty of fools, my more than my fair share of fools. And it's not that I didn't know I was dating a fool. Child, I was partnered at the level of my self-esteem. And
Yeah, yeah.
so was Miss Latasha. Like her self esteem was in the gutter, and you look around and you see this piece of nothing that she had partnered with. And she was like, wait, okay, I'm willing to pay my own way. I wish I would pay for anything. Girl, mm-mm,
Can you believe
mm-mm,
all of
mm-mm.
this foolishness? Did you guys okay, if you weren't here earlier, I did go over to his Instagram and
Oh,
he
yes.
actually
Yes, yes, yes.
posted the day he died. He
Oh,
had
for
his
real?
yeah. Oh god, of course I'm off of it now. The cigar savant, right? The
Yes, idiot.
cigar he's such a dummy. He's such a clown. Oh my god.
Ugh.
Um okay, let me pull it up. But yeah, it was funny cuz I was looking and I'm like, "Oh," and he posted his last post
What did it
was tagged.
say?
I'm gonna pull it up so you guys can see. Hold on, cigar. And say hi. You have a lot of friends here in the chat.
Oh,
Kathy, say
hi,
hi to
chat.
everybody. Everyone's saying hi to you.
Hi, hi. I'm about to start driving. Look, I need to get to IKEA. I just got off the bus. I'm running my errands. I'm doing all my things. But I was on the bus like, oh, I need to call in. I need to call in. But I didn't want all the bus noises.
Oh no, I'm glad you did. Um, Why can't I find it now? Oh, cigar. Was it? It was just cigar.
Cigar
Uh,
Savant.
if you can believe it, there's actually more than one. If you can believe it, it's
Oh
like,
dear
oh my
God.
God. I
Ugh.
know.
Okay.
It's so disgusting. It is. I
Mm,
screenshot it. Hold on, let me pull it up because I don't want to pull up the wrong one. And I didn't follow the account, of course, because I don't want my name associated with that account.
oh
I don't want that
no.
in my algorithm. It's bad enough
No, 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 no,
it's bad
no.
enough I stumbled down Cigar Savant Street. I'll see how to spell it now. Let's see, make sure that I got the right. This
Good
is it right here.
Lord. Oh wait,
This
let
is
me
his
see.
last post. Hold on 1 second.
Angels
I'll text it
Envy?
to you. Isn't that funny? Okay, so it says Memphis, Tennessee, and this is definitely his. Oh, the smoking. Well, it's the smoking savant. It's the smoking savant, you guys. If you go to the page and
Oh,
look at it, this is April 4th, 2019. He was remember he said that they said he was at the pocket? Hold on, let me show you.
yes, yes.
Look at the napkin, the pocket. The napkin says the
Oh,
pocket. The bottom, you're gonna see it says 4/4/2019. And then there are regrets
okay.
in the comments. There are people who were sending their condolences like, "Oh man, I'm gonna miss you. You know, it was truly a pleasure meeting you." You know, I'm gonna pull it up now. I'm
Mm.
glad I screenshot it because I forgot the name
Tell
that
me
quick.
this,
Isn't it terrible?
the whole cigar thing, the smoking savant. I don't. When I was growing up, child, smoking was a sin. So I'm like, and listen, God knows I'm not up on what the latest church things are or whatever, but I'm very surprised by the smoking and the drinking and the church thing. And in the pictures of his apartment, there was a ton of alcohol, brown liquor, on the coffee table. It surprised me a lot. Is that not considered?
You know, I was raised Catholic and Catholics drink. So, you know, I have no idea. I have no idea. Like I said, the vicar at my church smoked cigarettes and had a pipe and you know what I'm saying? Like, girl, you know what I'm saying? New Jersey in the late 70s, early 80s, you know, when I was a kid in elementary school and, you know, seeing, you know, the priest outside in the back in, you know,
Oh
his
wait,
black pants and sweater smoking a cigarette, like, it wasn't really
did
like
I
a
lose
big
you,
deal.
friend?
Oh, no. I hear you. Can you hear me? We hear you, Kathy.
Come on.
Hold on, let me see. Oh, we just lost Kathy, guys. Okay. Um, yeah, I don't know. I know that a lot of Christians do not smoke or drink, and that's fine. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have any judgments on it. I just think it's more in how, you know, look, my personal thoughts on it don't really matter as far as how people conduct themselves. Pastors and priests and clergy are supposed to set the pace and they're supposed to be above reproach. You don't want to have yourself in a position where you are not conducting yourself appropriately, unprofessionally, outside of the cloak, not meeting your calling, all of those things. And certainly, Brodus did not seem to be in line with his calling. But the last of my concerns would be cigars and bourbon. I would be more concerned with his, I don't want to say deviant sexuality. If you want to be polyamorous, that is your business. But in terms of the doctrines of Christian church, it would polyamory and some of the things that he was interested in are not aligned with his profession. Forget about his religion, his profession, and his avocation. You have chosen a profession of a particular calling and it's out of step with that. So that's the problem. If you want to smoke and drink bourbon, that's your business. Nobody, I don't really care. It's the deviant sexual behavior, it's the lying, it's it's betraying your wife, it's betraying vows, it's all of those things. Those things are more important to me than taking a drink of bourbon. um the betrayal, the falling out of step with the covenant with your wife, all of those things. If as a pastor, as a minister, um who, if that is your calling, you're also accepting that you're going to do those things. The average person, those are things that you may want to do, those are things that you may aspire to do, those may be things that you are doing, but people are not going to judge you as harshly without having that title of a pastor, priest, evangelist, things of that nature. When you put yourself in a position, um, it's, I really, for me, I wouldn't really care. Let me see what you guys are saying. Let's see. I was told it was wrong. Whose people? People read Bible verses the way they want. Yeah, I just, for me personally, I don't have a judgment about alcohol and smoking. Um, Someone who is in a position of authority, um, if that's what the doctrines say, or those are the principles, because you may have Bible, and you may just have uh the protocol of our religion. Like Catholics may do one thing, Protestants may do something else, Jehovah's Witness may do this or that, you know. So in your particular religion, if you don't drink, you don't smoke, then you don't drink, you don't smoke. You know what I mean? You don't drink, you don't smoke. That's it. Um, if in someone else's faith, even though you might pray to the same God and have the same beliefs, and religions are all very different. You may have the same, one belief, but in terms of someone being Protestant and somebody being Greek Orthodox, they may have very different ways of practicing. Okay. He made water into wine, absolutely. Well, and also, I mean, communion ceremonially, even though most of the time you're getting grape juice, it was symbolic of wine. But it was obviously different times then. My church taught me that the body of God's temple, so smoking and drinking is a serious sin. Okay. I mean, I buy that. You know what I mean? Like I have really no opinion on that as far as it being wrong. If someone's belief system tells them it's wrong, it's not the right thing to do, somebody who is in a position within a religious um organization is not supposed to do this or that, then that's what you're not supposed to do. There was a lot that he was not supposed to be doing. I'm kind of just with the fact that a lot of what he was doing was not becoming of a man who is clergy, period. And you could start with the smoking and the love affair with bourbon and cigars, or you could go to the other extreme, which was the love affair with using his penis. Okay. And wanting to use it how he wanted, and to have, to be able to have certain experiences that his marriage did not call for. Also, like, one thing that did not get talked about much was that there clearly were people within his in his professional association who were cover. Uh-oh. Okay. We're not. Hold on. Okay, so deliberations are still continuing. You know, they have the deliberation clock going. Okay, hold on. Let me.
Franz Borgart for joining us tonight.
Continues deliberating in the fate of Latoshia Daniels in the Broke My Heart murder trial in Tennessee. Before they got the case, they heard the final pleas from both sides. We're getting you caught up on those. We'll get you back to that. And keep it here on Court TV. We'll see justice.
Latasha, you're done, baby. That's just what I think. I think Latasha, girl, hopefully you have made a plan and you got everything all set up because you're going to be remanded into custody tonight. I think after they let that Schultes guy go, after he pled guilty and they let him go home for what, about a week? It was like a week ago when he pled guilty. They let him go home and then he did do what, what no one thought he was going to do. Maybe his wife knew what he was going to do. I don't know. Absolutely not. Like, for instance, earlier this year, that CEO who was leading the company, and not only was he having an affair on his wife, okay, breaking news, right? No, it's the fact that you're out with the chief people officer boot up at the damn Coldplay concert. So the CEO and the chief people officer are having an affair. The fuck? Like, that's crazy, right? That's wrong. We don't care. They could have been doing whatever they want. You know what I mean? They could have all been smoking and drinking and doing whatever. It's the CEO of the company is having an affair. Nobody cares. The CEO and the chief people officer. So you are the leader and you are enforcing um the sexual harassment policy, the fraternization policy, all of the things, leadership, setting the pace, leading by example, all of the things, and you guys are booed up, lying behind your spouse's back at the damn Coldplay concert. Problems. Problems. If that lady had been having an affair with Joe down the street, nobody would have cared. If he would have been having an affair with Miss Lady at the company next door, nobody would have cared. You two are in leadership and it was a problem. So yeah, that's the same thing with a pastor. Your job, especially when your job, like a human resources person, revolves around managing policy and keeping order. And if you're not even able to observe the rules, if people in the company are not allowed to date, you're a manager and you're not allowed to date your sexy employee or your good looking, customer service guy, then CEO, sir, you're not allowed to date your direct report. If the customer service manager can't date one of the customer service reps, what makes you think that you're allowed to date the chief people officer? Like, it was wrong on so many levels that they were violating the rules that she is there to enforce. And also, he was in violation of sexual harassment, let the truth be told, against her, because he was actually over there having an affair with a direct report, and he is her direct leader. Are you kidding me? I'm sure they cut her a nice check exiting the building. They fired him first, which is appropriate. If they would have fired her first, the check would have been bigger. They fired him first, and then they fired her like a week or two later and probably gave her a check as she walked out the door, just because we just can't have you anymore. But also for your trouble, because we know that you're going to, we know that obviously what was going on was wrong. And there were other people at the concert who worked in the C-suite with them. So other employees were aware that this was going on. Yeah, they were both fired. Yeah, he had a golden parachute anyway. Yeah, so it was fine. It was fine. It worked out. Are they back? You broke my heart. You broke my heart. You broke my heart. He should have known. He thought he was okay because he took her gun. He didn't know that she was with the shits, and she had the money to go buy another one. Okay, well, we're not going to watch this live because now they're back to their regular programming. It's one thing when there's like a trial going on because it's like public record, but um, oh yeah, there's a lot going on, guys. Okay, and some of the church folk knew now. Yeah, that was bad. That was really, really, really bad too. Okay, so we're almost like an hour in. What time is it? So it's going to be 5 o'clock Tennessee time. Okay, let me drop the link again, see if anyone's calling in. Kathy, I don't know if Kathy's still in the bushes. Kathy was in the work bushes, and then she was on the bus bushes. Wait, I didn't know that some of their coworkers. So if you remember when, let me see if I can pull it up. I don't even know if I want to play it. So remember when they showed them on the Jumbotron, and then there was another girl with dark hair who started laughing. She was right next to them, and she was like, she turned like, oh my God. Like, there were people who were there with them laughing. So the woman that was booed up with the CEO was the chief people officer. The person next to her who was laughing was like, let's say, the director of HR. Hit the camera button. Okay. Hey, you're back.
Hello,
Hi.
I'm back. I got a call came in, and so it cut me off. Look, now I'm in the IKEA bushes. I don't know what
Oh,
my.
good. Okay.
You should have seen. I'm on Route 4 with one hand trying to answer the phone, trying to find the link. Child, about to kill
I
somebody
know
out here.
exactly where you are.
Yes,
Do
glorious
you ever
Paramus.
period.
Go
Do you
ahead.
ever I went to Paramus Catholic High School. I went to school on Paramus Road.
Oh,
Yes.
yes, yes,
You know I'm a
yes.
Bergen County girl through and
I
through.
know, I know.
Um, do you ever get the treats in IKEA?
Yes, those cookies,
Okay.
those meatballs. Yes.
You
You
do
want
you like
something? I
the
can pick it up
cookies?
for you. I'm over here
Oh no, we
now.
have IKEA here.
Okay.
Do you ever get the cookies in the pink wrapper? They're kind of like Oreos. They have like a sweet cream filling with like strawberry, and they're like a vanilla like shortbread, and they look like
Oh,
Oreos, but they're like a blondie Oreo or whatever, but they have like a heart shape cut in the middle with like a raspberry filling. So good. So good.
I'm gonna walk over to the little
In a yellow,
market and get me some.
they're in a pink sleeve. I forget what I wouldn't remember anyway. They're like of course it's like a Dutch or Norwegian name or whatever, Swedish.
Yeah.
And then those cookies that look like Brussels, they're like half dipped in chocolate. Oh my God, they're so good.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I love the
Oh,
ones that are like a
so good.
windmill. They're like a spicy, very thin, crisp, like a windmill kind of situation. I
What
love
about the
those.
gingerbread ones?
Those two. Okay, you're making me hungry.
The
I'm supposed to be
gingerbread.
over
Yeah.
here
If you're at IKEA, you
exercising
got to
and
pick up
losing
at
weight.
least go. Well, it's Christmas cookie time. Just go get your
Yeah.
little so you can have something when someone comes by. Little cookie to have, when you make a coffee for someone who drops by.
Yes. 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 I'm gonna grab me a bag of these frozen meatballs too. But
Yes.
I have to go make a return. So maybe I'll call you back in a little bit when I'm done, well, buying cookies. But I just wanted to call back and say, number one, I had a call come in and that cut me off. But number
Uh-huh.
two, I'm just curious how long people think the whole deliberation will take. I'm honestly, they're going to need time to sort of like chew over and sort through and read the directions. But I don't think it'll go more than 3 hours for deliberations.
I think I wonder if so they get the four person. I wonder if
Yep.
they're gonna do a little straw poll off the
Mm,
top to just do a temperature check of, okay, where's
right.
everybody at? Like, is there
Right.
anybody, what are we all thinking, and where are we starting from,
Right. Right. But they want to give her a fair hearing and make sure it's like, okay, we talked this through. We
Mhm.
didn't make a snap decision just because we think she's a trollop. Let's give this some consideration and some kindness before we send her behind the jail forever, ever, ever, where
Period.
she belongs.
Absolutely.
Let this have been my
Absolutely.
husband. Girl. Mm-mm.
Well, yeah,
Mm-mm.
absolutely. Awful.
Wait,
Um,
and before I forget, do you
mhm.
think that Mrs. Perry, the former Mrs. Perry, now Mrs. Archie, has remarried? I feel like she remarried because she seems real over this whole situation.
I don't know if she got remarried. Well, you know what? It was something Dickerson. I was looking on Facebook and he wrote some, I see I've got someone backstage. Hold on just a second, okay? He
Mm-hmm.
wrote a post saying to the former Mrs. Tabitha the former Tabitha, like whatever her middle name was, Dickerson.
Right.
So let's just take into account Perry and then now Archie. Archie was
Mm-hmm.
not the maiden name. So
Right. And
maybe
she's
she
wearing
did
a
get
ring.
remarried. Yeah.
Good for her. Good for her. I hope she goes
You know,
and pours some bourbon on his grave and then
how
spits
there's
on
just
him.
some people that are married, they're married
Yes.
folks. Like something
Yes.
like they're gonna be married no matter what. Oh yeah, my husband
Yes.
last time and they just like Latasha. Latasha didn't have a problem
Mm-hmm.
going to get in and she would have
Mm-hmm.
married Broadus too.
Ugh, dumb. All right, go get your other backstage person. I'm gonna go get some cookies. I'm
Okay.
gonna return my IKEA
Go do your
stuff.
return. Okay.
All right,
All right. Get
bye.
home safe. Okay. Take care.
Thanks.
All right.
Bye.
Bye bye. Hi, Shamara.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
So, what did you think?
Well, this case, I had to say something because I had a master's degree in forensic psychology, so profiling this type of thing is so interesting, and I also have a Juris Doctorate.
Oh,
So
tell
the
us everything.
combination of all this is just very apropos to all the things that I'm interested in. But the way the defense attorney came and said to look at it from a more up close, you'll get another vision of the whole thing and how the prosecution looked at it at a
Hmm.
wider, on a macro level. I mean, when you look up close, you can still come up with the same conclusion. She
Right.
had revenge in her heart. Um,
Yes.
her history,
Shamar, I think your mic went out, hun.
and so powerless.
Okay.
This was the way of
Wait,
her
Shamara,
gaining.
go back like
Mhm.
30 seconds and just repeat when you said something about she had something in her heart, your phone went out. So we missed that.
Oh,
Can you just repeat from when you said she had something in her heart?
yes. She had revenge in her heart
Okay. Hmm.
because this was going to be the last man that was going to do her wrong. You can take and flip that history to the not just that I'm a victim and I'm sad and I'm hurt and I'm heartbroken. It's that he is the culmination of all the men and I'm going to make him the example and I'm going to
Okay.
intentionally
Yeah.
kill him. And so, there's so many ways to look at it. So it's not just one dispositive way to even get to the point of how she got there.
Do you think Smart, can you hear us? Okay.
Yes, and
Your
she
phone
and
keeps going in and out.
I don't. I'm sorry. It's my computer. I don't know.
Oh, you're fine. I can hear you now. Do
Okay.
you think that do you feel like I feel like she completely had intent the whole entire way. Like she could spin it. They can try to spin it like you were saying, her defense attorney, like the zoom in, zoom out. You can see it this way, you can see it that way. I mean, anything can be true, right?
Right.
I just think that there's just some things that happen that just are you can't really refute. I feel like grabbing a handful of bullets was absolutely like a no-brainer.
Yes, because it only takes one to kill yourself, or at least a couple. I mean, but it doesn't make sense. None of her story is her story because dead men can't tell no tales. They can't
Right.
tell you their side. So that's absolutely right. So she has fabricated this story, but there's so many inconsistency, even to what she said that she bent down when she knocked on the door or rang the doorbell, and the wife couldn't see her. And she said, oh, I think I looked around or I tied my shoe. You didn't want her to see you. But then to get her to open the door, she said, I'm not going to open the door if I can't see you. So I don't know what was her intention at that moment as well, because that didn't make sense, because she gave, oh, I can't remember. It just doesn't make sense. And if you did also bend down, you're going to feel that gun in your pocket. So most of the
It's
things that
like
she
at least
said is
the weight of 2 or 3
consistent.
cell phones. Like, it's
Yes.
not a brick in your pocket, but it's definitely substantial that you know it's there.
And you can be homicidal and suicidal at the same time. So we see
Okay.
it all the time with husbands and wives. They kill the family and then they kill themselves. So I'm glad that the prosecution said that maybe she was going to kill him and her. He didn't make emphasize it too much, but the defense tried to say, well, she was just suicidal. And yeah, you can be suicidal, you can be homicidal, you can have a suicidal ideation. And be homicidal as well. And they can be one and the same and operate, because again, we see it all the time. So it's always about how you argue it, but also what is reasonable and believable. I like that in this instance, the prosecution took a very streamlined and clean. They didn't try to make it too complicated and convoluted. It's not as, it's not Johnny Cochran style, but it drives the point very clearly. It doesn't need, certain things don't need a lot of, fluff or bravado or a level of passion. It's just what it is. And they kept it at that consistency and that cadence. And I think that the prosecution brought it home at the end, where he really just laid it out in his very unassuming tone, but he was very clear and specific. It's hard to explain manslaughter, voluntary manslaughter, and I'm glad that he brought up the point about, because I was like, when are they going to say that heat of passion is really not this that the defense is trying to sell? It really is the classic case of, you find your husband or wife in the midst of actions with another person, and you don't have time to cool off from that heated. So I'm like sitting around drinking with people, coming to their house, driving 3 hours. All those things are not consistent with a sudden heat of passion. You may have decided your decision, a decision and a heat of passion are different. Your decision to say, I'm going to have to shoot him here because I can't get him to walk me to the car. She was trying to find a place to get him alone. She didn't know how she was going to get him alone. And this was her last opportunity to get him alone. And I think she may have shot him and then shot herself or left. But she had always planned, because as you said, she could have used so many other deadly means to unalive herself, but she needed a gun because that was swift, fast, and it would, I guess in a sense, it's personal, but it also creates enough distance. So you're not going to go in there trying to stab him because he's bigger than you. All these different things that she could have used to personally, if she just was solely concerned about offing herself. So it's none of what she says makes sense. And she's very smart. And so even her playing the victim to me is partly disingenuous, because she was trying to win this man over. That's what it looks like in part.
So she's smart, but she's not smart enough. She's smart in her circle, but to us on the internet, we're like, girl, would you stop it? Because I don't, it's not going over, because even when she bought the gun, she went home. You went home and then got on the road.
Yes, that's why
You
there's
got on the
no.
road, and then the 2 roads. Oh, I could have gone to Jackson Park, but then I saw the sign to go to Memphis. I could have been at Jackson Park in 20 minutes, and then I drove 3 hours out the way. Like, that sounds like a bad Tyler Perry movie. Like, who just drives 3 hours out the way, and then you don't know you drove 3 hours? Don't you have to have sufficient gas?
Right. That's what I was getting
Did
ready
she
to say.
have a knowledge of forethought, like, to, you know what? I gotta stop and get some gas. I got da 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 da. So why don't you can you comment on what are your thoughts around the fact that they really didn't bring a lot of like collateral people in, like for instance the professor, they didn't bring in the group chat. Someone from the group chat provided the videos, but there was no one from the group chat who showed up. Danielle or whatever her name is, Kalisha, or I might have the name wrong. They didn't bring in the professor who is the pastor that was knowledgeable about the relationship. They didn't really provide a lot of substance to prove that they were really in a relationship. I think it was just assumed and it was accepted that these two were having an affair, even though there was no cell phone evidence. Um, so, what do you think about all that?
I
Those
think
were
that
some things that I was missing, but obviously you don't need those things to prove a case. But those are things that we've become accustomed to. At least people who can corroborate the story. Yes, I knew they were having an affair. Da, 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 da. You know, we used to go out with them. Yes, we knew he was married and blah, blah, blah. And you know what I mean? Like we're used to getting that extra tea, and that was not present in this trial. What are your thoughts on that?
I think because she didn't deny the affair. Now, if she had denied the affair, those things they would have had to lay a foundation for an affair to show that they were having an affair. So because she didn't deny it, and bringing people like the pastor that knew about it and other people, it would have distracted and placed the attention on his behavior. That's why I like that they kept it streamlined. It was her.
Okay.
It was her planning.
Okay.
It was let's not muddy things up when it's not necessary. Let's not
Because
create
that
too
would
many
have brought a
distractions.
whole lot more, and then also it is just it is going to show a lot of some people's character who were being duplicitous, who were in roles where character counts.
Yes.
And there's a lot of people who have been collateral damage because of him. A lot of people, there's a lot of secrets going on around Mr. Brodus. And even though they didn't have to come testify, I mean, people know that there was a lot of shenanigans going on.
Oh, yes, it's absolutely a problem. I think it's more a problem in Christian institutions than people would like to say.
Mhm.
But to bring it in unnecessarily, I think it would have distracted from her, and then if you want to keep things, I think you want to keep things as streamlined. It's not as like I said, it's not as exciting, but it's clear cut. That's why it was only 3 days. It's like we have the elements are present here. We feel like the prosecution felt like the elements for what they charged her were there. Like they said, it was clear. I don't even know why we're here because she should have just pled guilty. That's kind of what they're saying and asked for a plea. But she has a right to put on a defense, create a defense as she did. And but her defense had so many holes in it and is inconsistent
Because
to
she's
the
lying. She's
right,
not
right.
really giving us the whole there's just elements of it. Like for instance, him. So I put up the post. He posted before he left the bar. He
Yes,
posted at the bar. It's on the
yes,
screen. He was at the Pocket, and the napkin says the Pocket. And he posted his cigar. He posted his drink for the night in Memphis, Tennessee, all of that. And you know, it doesn't make sense that he told her to meet her at the apartment, but then was rude,
absolutely.
or wasn't so he wasn't exercising like his male vibrato and saying, well, hun, it's time, Latasha and I have been getting it on for 2 years. We want to be a throuple with you. What are your thoughts? Like it was giving, based on what Latasha said and based on what Tabitha said. Tabitha said she was an uninvited guest. He was being a little cringy with her. It was, it was almost like he wanted her to leave, according to Tabitha, but we don't really know if Tabitha was like, I don't know. I mean, I was believing everything, but then I was thinking, well, maybe she could be protecting herself a little bit. I wouldn't want everyone to know if I was doing things that were private between me and my husband. So if there was some swinging going on, but it wasn't going on with Latasha, there's no motivation for her to have to let that out. Not to mention she's a married woman now to another man, and all of that information may not be for the streets. She may not want everyone to know, and no one can tell but her husband, and he's dead.
Right. And
So
I do
whether
agree.
she could have known some things, there's no incentive for her to tell it, and she doesn't have to.
Right. And I don't believe as well. I think she was stalking him. She was monitoring where he was during that day, and she showed up in that place, and he may have encountered her, but I don't think I do not believe he told her to go back to the apartment.
I don't think so
And
either.
and he was legitimately shocked when she got there. I think she thought this was, again, I'm going to force him. I'm trying to force his hand. I'm going to, in essence, I want to see how he's going to respond. It's not rational, but it is methodical. And that's how you get to premeditation without being rational. That's what the prosecution said. Yeah, it's not rational to shoot people, but she was very methodical and premeditated this process of going there, seeing where he was, going to his home, and trying to create an opportunity to get him alone. She wasn't going to do it downtown in a huge place where there are a lot of people, but she needed an opportunity to get him in a secluded place, and that's why she was so adamant about him walking her to her car after showing up at his house unannounced. She knew his patterns, so she knew eventually he would be home about it at a certain time because she was obsessed with him. I think
Well,
it has said in the past. There was a level of obsession as well.
Oh yeah.
To try to because I mean, someone mentioned it in the chat earlier how she was so enamored when she was talking about him and smiling. We got along. We seemed to.
Oh, she was
have
on
the same
memory lane
right,
at that point.
and this and that.
She was back in 2019 in her head.
Yes, yes.
She had transcended back into the past. Like this was her moment to legitimize herself as his boo.
Yes.
And she was feeling, there were some happy moments in her mind with him, and you could tell that she was feeling it when she was talking about it.
Yes, I still think she believes in her head that they had this special relationship and that he really was, I wouldn't say her soulmate, but they had a very strong connection, and it was undeniable. It was undeniable in her head, but she didn't realize that she was dispensable. And he dispensed of her, I believe, after that first encounter at the hotel when she left and came back and brought her gun. After she said he was violent towards her during their actual, interaction that night, and she came back angry, and her anger started building then. Like, how you dare you treat me like that? And again, I don't know if she has other actual, past and other things that were unresolved. But that's he was able to talk her down from that. But I think she was suicidal and homicidal at that time as well. And that's when he started to say, I got to figure out how to cut this off from her.
Yeah. And he took her gun, which was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
He probably should have got some intervention at that moment because she needed help. And he needed the police. She needed some emotional help, and he needed the police. Unfortunately, he didn't do any of that, and it rendered him dead because it was just a matter of time for her to go get another gun and then handle the business.
Yes, I agree. I think her instability was real. However, she had more than ample opportunities to get help for her instability and her issues. And that's why I always tell professionals, it's like professionals sometimes go to school and they vicariously they think helping other people helps them. No, you have to sit with yourself and go to a professional and get professional help yourself for your own issues. You can't, being outwardly focused on others is not going to resolve your issues. She never sat with the continuum of trauma, the compound or complex traumas that she had. She just tried to work her way through it or mask it with helping other people instead of sitting and dealing with it. And really, that is her responsibility, everyone's responsibility. However, when you get to that point to where you're making decisions to intentionally harm people because of your past, you still don't get a pass, like the prosecution said. You don't get, it's not an excuse.
Yeah, no, not at all. What was the other interesting thing that they talked about? I did feel like there were so many complexities to this. It was so interesting. Um, I think also sitting at the table, I feel like she's definitely very embarrassed. What do you think about the wig situation? Like the
I think
wig is not just a fashion statement. There's a whole I feel like she's wearing we were joking the first day that it was like her like cloak, like the cloak in Harry Potter where you disappear. I felt like she was it was like a disguise or something. It was very kind of odd.
Well, I think it was very strategic by her defense team as opposed to Sarah Boone, where Sarah Boone tried to dress like an attorney in dark colors and dark eyeliner, which was dumb because you want to soften up you want to soften up. So they wanted to soften her up. You don't know how people are going to react to dreads or natural hair. We still have issues with prejudice regarding that. So putting glasses on her, soft suits, and her hair, in a more presentable way made her made them want to, they're trying to present her in a softer way and in an empathetic way so people can relate to her. And there wasn't a distraction with her hair and all the other things that people, superficially judge people for.
I thought
So
she was
it was
still in
very smart.
custody. I didn't know she wasn't in custody. So apparently she's been out on a surety bond, like a $250,000 surety bond. I looked it up when we went back to the closing. So she had a bond posted. I thought that she had been in custody, and I was thinking maybe her locks weren't maintained to her liking. Because she seemed to style them professional. You know what I mean? Like it seemed like she would put like a little bun, she would style them. So I know that there are biases about hair and all of that. So I get it, but I don't know. I thought yes, that could be a reason. Um I just thought the wig was definitely wigging, so it wasn't like but I guess it did what it needed to do. Like they styled it nicely yesterday for her with the pink jacket. I just knew she was going to testify yesterday when I
Yes.
saw her with the pink jacket on, and then the other attorney had a pink tie. I was like, oh, they're all color coordinated. And even the lady, Miss whatever her name was, the female attorney on her team had the black on, but there was some sort of pink tone in the design on her blouse. So they were complimenting,
Yes.
and just that pink seated in pink. I think they were trying to give her a soft, very feminine allure. So that's,
Yes.
I just knew she was going to testify yesterday.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
I'm trying to think what were the other things. But yeah, you mentioned some great points. I mean, I don't feel sorry for her from a standpoint that she should get off. I just think that she's very troubled. Clearly, she's in a lot of pain. She needs help. And this might be, unfortunately for her, even though I'm sure prison is not her ideal, she needs some structure in her life. And this may be just the good amount of sit down and have a seat that she needs, because clearly out here in the world, she puts herself too much in harm's way. And at a certain point, you've got to start to accept responsibility, at least for showing up,
Yes.
and to be able to help yourself make some decisions about how you're going to allow yourself to operate and people operate around, because this is completely a situation where she opted into this. It's not like she was kidnapped and trafficked and all of these things, or she's still a minor and she had to live up under her mom's roof. Like, she's at a situation now where she's an adult and she's opted in for lots of these things that have done her great hurt and harm.
Yes. Dressing up dysfunction leads to destruction. I'll just say that.
Okay. Okay.
you can put a suit on it. I mean, we're used to seeing people that are homeless, oh, they have issues, or people, but there are a lot of people dressing up dysfunction. I think we're seeing it, unfortunately, more and more in society when people don't sit down and address their personal issues. Putting on a suit and a tie and all those things do not make you any healthier than anyone else that you may see on the street corner talking to themselves. You have to make a decision to go and get the help, and especially when you have access to resources and you choose time and time again to ignore it. Now the consequences have led you to this of not doing that work. You so dysregulated, but you're dysregulated in your emotions, but that does not negate your ability to premeditate and make choices and plans to do harms to others. It may be the symptom or the root cause of it, but it has nothing to do with your conscious decision making.
What do you think about her decision when she went for counseling? Obviously, I don't know. I'm not going to say obviously, but she felt like, oh, let me make a second appointment. In the second appointment, she breaks the professional barrier by saying, hey, you were acting weird in our first session. What was going on with that? And he said he had his hands in his pockets to try to keep himself from being distracted or whatever he was doing. I got the impression that he was jacking off. I mean, it was weird. When she said he had his hands in his pants, it was weird. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I thought maybe because she said this, the second time he grabbed her and pulled her near and kissed her, that he was trying to hold himself back from, kissing, doing the same thing that he did on the second visit.
No, so it was the first visit, his hands were in his pants or hands in his pockets. The second one, she asked him why his hands were in his pockets or whatever. And in that visit, the second one, that's when they slept together the first time.
Yes, and she said he grabbed her chair and pulled her chair close to him, and then that's when they had the encounter. So,
do you think she was coming for him when she asked? Like, that was not. If you felt like he was distracted and he wasn't focused on your needs in the counseling session 1, there was an attraction and you came for him, because remember in that Marco Polo message, he said, I'm not used to cold calling women. Like, it was almost like she came for him in visit number 2. She wanted him after visit number 1. When she came back for visit number 2, she broke the professional kind of wall of counseling when she asked him about why he seemed distracted in her counseling session. You know what I mean? Like, that was a very weird question to ask. And I think it's easy to forget because they established a personal relationship pretty much 2 seconds after that. But I think she was attracted to him already. She booked an appointment with him because she liked him. She wanted him. And maybe he felt the same way, or she just knew he was a freak. And they had that first meeting. He was acting weird. I think there was some flirtation going on from the visit number 1. By visit number 2, he knew he could get it, because did you guys sleep together by the second counseling session? Just like when that lawyer confronted her and said, when they confronted her on that, she pursued that relationship with him. I think even from at the church in the life ministry, she already knew she wanted him. Like, talking this out more, I'm more and more convinced she's been coming for him for a minute.
Yes, I think there was a level of flirtation between both of them. I think that just the amount of secrets that she operated in and of herself, focusing on his secrets, but she was operating in secret ways. She didn't want to meet him at the church because she didn't want people to think she was having counsel with him. So she invites him to her office, which is separate and apart. She's a sole practitioner. No one's around. What was again, that's consistent with what you're talking about. What was her motivation? And if her motivation was flirting with him and seeing if he was open, because a lot of times these pastors have reputations. So it's not in a silo. People know that it's just unspoken. People whisper, And so
Well,
she may have known
girl.
that
Mm-hmm.
he had these type of proclivities, or he had extramarital relations with women, and she's a grown woman, so she was aware if he was showing some type of attraction. So she also, in essence, set up the secretness
Yeah.
by, so putting it solely on him that the secrets and all these things were his idea. She created that environment in that situation, but also in her life where she wouldn't disclose those things. She could have gotten counsel, not directly in her local region. She could have got counsel from another person within the state or another state. She could have Zoomed counseling if she really wanted to get some help for her marital issues. And going to a pastor, please, just a PSA, please stop going to
Well,
y'all pastors for counsel. They are not licensed. Go to somebody who
she
has been
said she
trained.
had 2 friends. Didn't she, in her testimony, she said she had 2 friends that she was seeking out for resources and help. Let me ask you this real quick. One of our friends in the chat is asking what you thought about the defense attorney. I'm thinking she's probably asking about the female defense attorney. Do you think she was stalling all day? Is she just is she just
Yeah,
was she
I
just
think,
trying to really do a good job? Was she just on her, I'm getting paid all day, so let me just go ahead and give it my best?
yes, I think she felt that she was going to windmill for her client, and then it was,
I'm
and then
giving
she was
Tennessee
going.
every penny they're paying me, okay? Tennessee's getting their money's worth out of me today.
Yes, and also a portion of that strategy, create some delay, some distance. If you think it's some bad testimony, you kind of want to create distance, away from that, so you can get certain things and come back fresh and put something else on their mind. So there's a lot of different strategies that she may have been utilizing, but she was definitely going to windmill for her, going to make every argument, even if it was obscure or not likely to go over. She was trying to find any and every out, and maybe something with her client resonated with her, where she really, um, you know really not necessarily believe the whole inconsistent stories that she was telling, but really wanted to get her, you know wanted to get her off, or wanted to definitely get her um the least amount of time, because she if she had been, I don't know how long that she was incarcerated before she got out on bond. If she can get a voluntary manslaughter or reckless homicide, she could have potentially can be potentially eligible for time served, depending on how much time, the sentencing. And I don't know who does the sentencing, the judge or the jury here. But yeah, she was windmilling because she just needed to windmill for that money, and for her to get everything on record for appeals, because things can get overturned on procedural or substantive issues. So she's what you would want in a defense attorney. Unfortunately,
I
it can be annoying because you're like, I think some of her closing was overkill. I think playing his face could backfire on you, even though because he was kind of rambling, but you're putting the victim's face in front of the jury. So I thought that was a misstep. And just letting him
Right,
talk,
right,
even though he was lying, you're still putting a face to the victim, and he's a person. And so I
right.
didn't think that was smart. That was a waste of time. And just kind of, she was in a loop she could have still streamlined it a little more, that would have not looked like she was grabbing for straws, grasping for straws,
Right. He's a
you know.
liar.
Yes.
He's a
So
liar.
yeah.
Um, yeah, I mean, I think that that's true. It's there were so many different opportunities, but just like the prosecutor said, you dragged Miss Tabitha into that too. She had to sit there and answer for her husband, who she took a bullet for, even in the end, trying to protect him, because she was his wife, whether she loved what he was doing or not. She still tried to be there for him, in his foolishness, and took a bullet for him. Um, I almost feel like if Latasha would have got up and said, "Yeah, I came over there. I was going to confront him. I was upset," And I can't say I came there to kill him per se, but just be a little bit more of a woman about it and just say, yeah, yes, absolutely. He did not invite me. I lied. He didn't invite me. I came over there because I wanted to confront him. I was gonna be there when he got there, and I wanted to pull, I wanted him to tell her that I'm relevant. Um, Maybe she could have negotiated something. I just think this lie, it's almost like like when you mentioned Sarah Boone, when you're doubling down on the lie of moral standing, it's gonna screw you every time. Like, you should have just told the truth and gave people the opportunity to maybe give you manslaughter, because maybe they could feel sorry for you because you allowed yourself to be dragged and played stupid for all this time and lost all your money. Then maybe people could have entered in, yeah, you were dumb and you were stupid and we get it, and he was mean to you, so now we get it. But you're still going to jail for a long time. She didn't give people the opportunity to really give her fair treatment for what actually probably happened, because she's still lying.
Right. And I think the phones, she has access to her own phone. She didn't turn it over.
Yeah,
And if there was something in
because
that
that
phone
phone,
that
girl,
could
there's some in those phones.
right, if there was something that could corroborate her story and vindicate her, she would have turned it over. I'm sure she and her her defense team went through the phone and to see if there was something that would be helpful to the case, and if it's not helpful, they're not utilizing it, or so we just have her word and just her credibility without any corroboration or independence of you know of her victimhood and her labeling herself as the victim, because it was probably her planning and trips and other things and being just as engaged with him in
Absolutely.
those text messages that would have not been beneficial to her
There's a
story.
reason she didn't turn over that phone. And I
Yeah.
guess that's a good reminder too to people. You don't have to turn over your phone. I guess unless they get a search warrant for it and they require you to turn it over. Obviously they didn't have a basis to make her turn over her phone. Um, but one Jennifer in the chat, it was asking, could she sue the church? And then someone said it might be past the statute of limitations. But even if she could sue the church, let's just say, to your point, um, I'm just thinking her level of participation, if there are witnesses from the church outside of his counseling and just her fraternizing out, going out on dates with the pastor and his mistress, him and all the mistress night or whatever with whomever from the church, and that there really was no wrongdoing and she opted in from the beginning, and even this counseling that she's talking about, we don't really know how deep seated these lies are going with Latasha. Let's just be real, because for her to say she had sex with him the second meeting, I think she was flirting with him before the first counseling session. The first counseling session was the setup to get him alone, because she was digging him from the life group. She was digging him from the life group. She didn't need to talk to him about her marriage. She wanted to let him know, I'm getting ready to get divorced and I'm interested in you.
Yes,
I think that's how that went.
yes. I'm on the market. I know you fish around. you
Right.
sniff
My
around.
husband
So
is my husband and I are done. I'm unhappy. And then she sat up there, let him try and feel sorry for her. And then she sets up another appointment after he wasn't even engaged in the meeting. And then you let him hit it in the second meeting. I mean, Latasha, who are you talking to?
right. And in your first marriage, that the defense said that she was cheated on multiple times. He was, I guess, I don't know if he was, committed one affair or was had serial relationships. Now you in turn become a side chick.
Okay.
How does that happen
You
as
go
you
from wife to
progress,
side chick,
as you get
baby.
older? But that happens when you don't get the help that you should for those things, and now
Mm.
you then turn and become that very thing.
Mm. What about when she said that she came home and her husband had moved out? I was like,
And that's a great point
"What?"
because that's abandonment. So she had an abandonment wound or issue that wasn't addressed as well. And him now saying that this is over on that dissolving message or disappearing message, again, this was retribution for all those men who abandoned her in some way. He abandoned her physically, her first husband, and in cheating. The second one abandoned her emotionally in the home. And I think was the second husband, and then the third husband, or was the third husband? She only had two husbands or three
2
husbands. I can't remember.
husbands,
And then
2.
the second husband for 8 years, he was abandoning her emotionally. So now he was abandoning her, and she thought this was the best connection she ever had. And so this is her saying enough is enough. You represent everyone that has gotten me to this point, and I'm going to make a decision that is permanent. And she decided. I believe that she decided it. It wasn't impulsive. It was methodical, and she had plenty of opportunities to say, I'm out of control and I need to go somewhere and I need to get some help. I need to sit myself down. I then showed up to a hotel the first time with a gun, desperate and angry and hurt. And saying that you want to kill yourself to make him hurt when he left you doesn't make sense. He gonna go home to
No.
his wife. He's gonna continue with his life. He's gonna go back to the pocket the same day or the next day. That's not going to hurt him. You want it to hurt him and yourself, I believe. And because even when the cops came, well, when the wife told her to leave, she could have killed herself then. I mean,
Okay.
sorry, but she could have unalived her. She, not to say that she should, but she had opportunities even before the police came to then, take that action. People do it all. Unfortunately, people in those situations that are impulsive, they do it back to back. Oh, so it just doesn't make sense. Her target was him, and
The whole
I,
time.
yeah, I
Yeah.
think I think it's clear. I think we'll see. Juries can be unpredictable, but I think it will be
I
first
don't think
degree.
she gave anything to feel sorry for. I think she's an unfortunate woman who had lots of opportunity. They didn't stress it along the way, but this is a woman who had means. She had education. She was self sufficient. She had enough disposable cash to be able to fund a lifestyle of extras for him, a man who was already married and had his own finances, whatever they were. We don't really know. But she was supplementing without question, traveling. So these are people with means. I don't think anyone is going to feel sorry for her. If there's someone on that jury who is part of the government shutdown, not that they should take that into account, but you know what I'm saying? This is a professional woman who had means. She was traveling out of the country. She was supporting a very expensive habit of high-end cigars and high-end bourbons. They're drinking $300 and $400, which someone on that jury might pay for groceries in a month. You know what I'm saying? No one is going to feel sorry for her. No one's going to feel sorry for her.
Right.
I just
I don't.
think that she's some of her problems are not some of those people's problems on that jury. And no, the men are going to have a problem with her killing a guy that you're having an affair with. The women are going to feel a way about her having an affair with another woman's husband or being stupid or being a doormat. Like, people are going to have opinions
Yes,
and none
I
of them are going to sway in her direction.
yes, she had a certain level of what we say. There's different types of privilege. She had a certain level of privilege
Mhm.
and access that a lot of people don't because they're not within that field, and the access to money and to your point of her traveling and spending money on him and trips and all those things. There was a level of I guess emptiness in her that she
Yeah.
was seeking, because obvious her relationships must have been really bad for her to feel like she had such a great connection with this man, but she was financing him the whole
Mm-hmm.
time. He wasn't pouring into her. He wasn't giving her. He was giving her attention. So there was a huge deficit of some sort, but it does not make or excuse her conduct.
It doesn't excuse her it doesn't excuse his conduct either. Someone said he
Right.
was abusive towards the end, and we get it. I think the whole relationship was abusive. She was using him, he was using her. Um, and her pulling a gun on him is abusive, is another type of abuse. We can't just look at the abuse that she says he inflicted upon her. It's abusive for her to show up and confront him with a gun the first time. Also, I also think about like Cassie and Diddy, like when you were talking, how I don't know if Cassie even to this day realizes how much. I don't know that Diddy loved her or not. I really don't feel like he loved her at all. When
Yeah.
she was testifying that she was so in love with this guy, I'm thinking to myself, but he doesn't love you at all. Like, look what you're doing. Look how he's treating you. You're just, it's you're a plaything for him. You're work, you're a plaything, you're an attractor, you're arm candy, you're lots of different things, but he does not love you. And I feel kind of the same way about her and him. I don't think he loved her. He enjoyed all of the things that she was affording him, things that he probably couldn't take out of his household budget to purchase, because these are not rich people, but she had obviously a little bit more disposable income than he did. Therefore, he's accepting his club membership. I mean, if you're really about that life, sir, he should have been paying for his own club membership and cigars. So the fact that she was affording him this, he was getting to experience some things that he couldn't, or that his wife, you know what I mean? Whatever their finance situation was, she was affording him some things that he could not.
Right. And he was abusive, but she was okay when he was abusing other people. He was abusing his wife through the lies, through the cheating.
Right, right, right,
She
right.
agreed.
Absolutely.
She agreed to help him, and she was excited. Her demeanor seemed a little bit exuberant when she talked about, oh, he taught me how to get money from the other group members.
Okay.
So
Scam.
so he's scamming and abusing people financially. You're okay with those types of abuses. You entertain and you sat with him and you enjoyed it and you participated to some level. But then when it turned, but again, people think they super magical parts, or they're better than somebody else because you want to believe what he's telling you, which he doesn't. He didn't love her. She was a means to an end. She was an opportunity. She was an easy lick because
Right.
he saw right through her needs, her abandonment issues, her other things. They're very crafty, they're very smart, and they're very intuitive. And she played right into it. And she actively participated until it no longer benefited her. When it no longer benefited her, then she was broken to the degree that she thought she was the exception.
So they're
And
saying
we
the
see this
jury.
over and over again, but it never changes. But people still think that in some way they're going to be the exception. Some people.
So they're saying the jury has a question. The jury has a question. I don't see it. Are they getting ready to bring the jury back in? Or they did the judge read the question? How did I miss it? Uh, okay, I guess I'll find it. I'll go over to the Memphis station and see what they're saying. Jury has a question. Jury has a question. I'm not sure where to. I'm on Court TV, but I don't see it. I'll get over there to it. I have it on now, but he's talking to some lady with blonde hair, so I'm not really sure what they're talking about. But yeah, I mean, great insights. So like overall, okay, the judge. Did you love the judge? I think she's very sweet. What do you think about the judge?
Yes, I think she's Yeah, I think she's very sweet. Again, and she's very calm, very relatable. You know,
Mhm.
sometimes judges, she doesn't seem she didn't have, you know, such a stoic demeanor, or you know that the jury wouldn't feel like she sees them, and that she's, you know, her little sing songy, don't look at, you know, we still can't, that's the case. So I think that was, yeah, she has a very sweet personality, and I think it all bodes well for this trial, and this type of thing. Sometimes we're used to seeing I think more of a rigid or formal type of
Mhm.
communication, and this is slightly different. And so it was different. I think it was refreshing in a sense of, you know, unfortunately it's this type of case, but it didn't drag it out, and it didn't it was only the defense that really, you know, seemed to drag it out, trying to throw everything at the wall to see what was going to stick. But it was pretty straightforward, and everyone handled it for the most part that way.
I feel like sometimes the judge becomes like a whole nother character in themselves. Like this judge just let the defense be the defense and the prosecution be the prosecution. And she's like, I'm out of it. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna let y'all do, and I felt like their objections were super pleasant. Like we didn't have to hear, okay, well, I need like even the object, like it was more so sidebars for objections. We really weren't privy to a lot of what the objections were. I mean, sometimes, but not much. Everything seemed to happen at her bench, and it was very amicable for us viewing. Like it kept it very nice and calm, and um yeah, I just felt like it
Yeah,
was
I think
super
the judge set a
calm,
great,
and yeah,
yeah, I think it's
she set a
her.
nice tone, yeah.
Yeah, she really did set a nice tone, and that is what I believe a judge is supposed to do. So, you know, if it's kind of chaotic, you know, it might pick up the characteristics of the judge, or you know, who's ever really controlling the courtroom. Is it the prosecutor? You know, who is dominating or trying to be the distraction? And you know, like journalists, you don't want to become a part of the story. We see too many people,
Right,
even bloggers, becoming a
absolutely.
part of the story.
The
So the judge,
judges become famous because
right?
they have such a character about
Hmm.
them, so but the prosecution came with the shade a little bit here and there, and I loved it.
Yes, yes. Yes, you didn't expect it from him, and then how the young woman, she was very, just the facts, you know, Perry
Mhm.
Mason, just the facts, and she
Right.
came in, so they played off each other well,
Yeah,
and
it
they
was
don't look
great.
like they would, but they played, you know, it was very much
They
in
were a
concert.
nice team. Yes, they were a very nice team. Yeah, the defense male attorney, I'm so glad he stayed at his seat the whole time. He was awful. He just I didn't like his okay, yes, and can you tell sir, you might want to fix your jacket. It was just like, man, please. Did anybody hear what the question was? I feel like I missed the question. Um So the jury has a question. What the question is, we don't know. Um, the question is, let's see. They say the jury has a question. She gives Auntie. Did anyone get what the question is? Let me see if I can find it on the Memphis channel. Um, Shamara, anything else you want us to know? I so appreciate you hitting the link and coming up. What else? What else is there that you want us to know, or anything else you want to share with us?
Um, no, not regards to this case. I tap in, and sometimes with the uh Ernest and what's her name? With
And
Sonia.
Sonia,
Yeah.
Shirley Strawberry. The another guilty pleasure. What are your thoughts on that? Is Nesto ever
Um,
getting out?
I think you know, he's been under the radar so long, and then he stepped into a lane that brought the attention that he thought he wanted, and he didn't know that the attention would really highlight his history and his patterns and practices, his lifetime of crimes and convictions, and now he wants to fight it to the end. But there's so much that has culminated with all the types of conducts he's probably been doing. I don't think even with the actual things, that's about power and control. So it's not about, it's about dominating people. So that even being the first time with this young woman, or I think someone had someone on their show, I can't remember, a long time ago, where she talked about an incident where he was telling her lay down and do this, the things he was doing to Sonia that she thought as attraction because of her lenses through trauma and some probably other sexual abuses. I won't say, I don't know, but but to find that attractive is, interesting. Even here, finding that attraction, that you're thinking that type of aggression is, people have different ways of expressing themselves sexually. That's fine. However, you can also look at that as a in another way. And so he thinks because he was so focused on it, I didn't take millions of dollars and 2 million or whatever millions of dollars they claimed on the news, but there's allegations and there's proof that you did a lot of taking of money and things and having property in your possession, and then through conversion you have possession, and then you change it over, and you intended potentially to deprive them of her money. I think it was Gretchen taking her vehicle and swapping it out and thinking you changing forms, then that also changes that it's no longer hers. No, that's conversion.
Right, like all of a sudden it becomes your money because
right.
you converted it. Yeah, absolutely.
So, so those things. And I don't agree that the women were, they may have had some level of knowing that he was a criminal. I think Ernest has his own unique way, again, of finding out where women are vulnerable in that, and honing in on that. Because I would say for the one lady, Gretchen, she didn't seem to get involved with him before, but when she thought, well, when he was married, he's still married, so that's not correct. However, when she decided to get involved with him, she's possibly thinking, well, maybe now he's a better businesswoman because now he's married to Shirley Strawberry, and there's a level.
Oh, you're talking about Bickham, Gail Bickham,
yeah,
the one who was in the hair business. Okay.
That there may be a validity to his business practices. That doesn't denote getting involved with him personally, but I don't think that because you would have, if you're saying that there was that they knew that he had a criminal element and they were willing the criminal element, then why did everybody go to the police immediately when they found out they were being duped?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they immediately started going to the police and saying, hey, whatever fog they may have been in or little signs they may have ignored, but when they saw that their property and other things were being taken and, hey, what's going on here? They felt legitimately, I feel, that he had allegedly committed some crimes against them. So, and him saying that, I know I'm kind of all over the place because there's a lot with that.
Well, it's so complex. There's a lot with that.
And him saying that, Shirley knew, like this same man said his wife knew. And one can question that.
I think he's lying about that. Shirley knew something wasn't right completely with Nesto, but I don't know that she knew everything that he had going on. I feel like we all know that now. I think it's plus or minus. There's probably a spectrum of what Shirley knew and what Shirley didn't know. But at the end of the day, she's not on trial and she's not getting any charges no matter what. So she's a victim. So it almost doesn't matter. Just like Tabitha, whether Tabitha was swinging from the chandeliers with her husband, it doesn't matter because Latoshia is the one on trial, right? So it almost doesn't matter what Shirley knew and didn't know. Fulton County sees her as a victim.
Right. And with Ernest, he held himself out he was never at home. He was spending the night at a lady's house who had a son with disability. So he knew that she needed help and she was looking for some type of help. And and to take from those type of people. But he also took from businesses. So it wasn't just women. He took from it was a disabled man, but he swindled business people. So he just had a history of swindling, it appears, allegedly swindling people and presenting himself even to a business. You can say, well, businesses got duped too. He wasn't engaging with them in an actual way, but he that's why he reads those magazines and he learns the lingo enough to where he's persuasive, whether it's leasing a house or trying to get a motor, a motor vehicle or this or that or a woman. He learns just enough in his own illiteracy to gain where he can gain some access. And
Right.
he's done it across the board. And he started out low level dishonesty crimes, robbery, and then he tried to escalate them to white collar crimes by using Erica as the she's the person who implemented his ideas. I don't believe she was the mastermind. She implemented, he took her problems and things he wanted her to work on. And she says, oh, I can do that. Let me show you. So he is the master of his own demise.
Right. Yeah, he's a mess. I just don't know how he's going to get himself out of this trouble because he definitely there's a particular administration in Fulton County that is squarely on board with managing his case. So they're not, you know, until something changes in Fulton County and that's before he gets fully prosecuted, he's going to be where he's at. They're not letting up on that unless all of a sudden Fonnie Willis is not there and he can convince another DA to let his case go, which I don't think is going to happen. Not
Yes,
with
and that's why. Yes,
invested
that's
in his case. They're too deep in now with all of these indictments and everything to justify letting someone like him and what he's got going on, not be adjudicated.
right. And it's once you shine the light on yourself, and you, like
Mhm.
I said, he wanted limelight, not in this way, but you don't get to choose it, especially when you're allegedly doing things that can be said to be criminal. So,
Right.
yeah, he laid his own issue. He kind of just, and it all culminated, unfortunately or fortunately, for those to stop his, those things that he's doing, so he can't in the future potentially harm other people. But unfortunately for him, he thought he was doing just enough to stay under the radar, and but once it's exposed, and it became like a domino effect where everything, or a thread, where everything just start unraveling. And we're seeing the unraveling of, I think, Ernesto.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, we're still in verdict watch, everybody. I just didn't have the screen up because I don't know, there's just different parameters around, broadcasting a live public event like a trial versus like court TV's, their actual live stream. So I try not to do that. So once the actual court proceedings comes back on, then we'll get to it, but I've got it in my ear, so I'm paying attention. I'm just waiting. I didn't see that they had a question. Someone said that the jury had a question and maybe I missed it. But I still don't see. I'm scanning through to see if the judge came back with the question and I don't see it. Where did you guys hear? Those of you who heard that there was a question, can you tell me where you saw that or heard that? Did you see that on Court TV? So yeah, I guess back to Nesto really quick. I just, it is frustrating that there's so many delays. So I'm just, I mean, I'm still very engaged in the story and the case, but we're just waiting for something to happen. I think that, I don't know. I feel like when I watch a reality show that I really, really like, and the first and second season are so good, but then when you get to the third and fourth season and they know we're watching and they're putting on storylines and it gets kind of corny, like it's just Sonia being so aware, Nesto being so aware, and then you've got interference from social media coming, friendly with the side chick and friendly with the defendant. It's just
Yes, it's
it
a
makes
lot.
it
I mean,
corny. It makes the case, what I'm saying? It's like it's not as fresh as when it was first like fresh and interesting learning the case. So it's always annoying when like there's so much like talk back to and social media and they're watching us and we can't talk and da 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 da. It's like, oh God. When's the next court date? So that
yes,
gets a bit frustrating.
yeah, because they're both on a loop of trauma. So it's like if you don't get help, you're just kind of looping around, having the same circular conversations, or they don't have depth of themselves or the relationship to really pivot from the peculiar politic conversations and reminiscing about the past and making conspiracy theories about the present and the future.
Yeah, all they want to do is
um,
gossip. They
yeah.
they don't have any depth to their relationship. The relationship was very much hook up, meet up, get screwed, screw and move on. See you next time. There was no depth to their relationship. So, it was probably fun planning like, oh, we're going to be together. Like this is going to be so much fun when we get to be together because we're still horny for each other. And then now 3 years later, it's not fun anymore.
And I think that for Sonia, and this is just my opinion, she may be stuck because just like a drug addict, when you get a hit, you're trying to recreate that hit. Um, when the impression that he made on her when she was in the hospital and he checked on her is very much imprinted on her, that, seeing that this man is not a person that is going to be loyal to you. If he gets out, it's not likely, or you would be, because he's now seeing that you may not have the means that you alleged you had. So, but a part of that was, her keep saying he came to see me, and she again possibly has some abandonment issues, and that made such an impression on her that she's willfully ignoring all the other things because of that first hit of that care, concern, created an unhealthy attachment to him.
Yeah. So he actually cares. He's considerate. No one's done that for me. None of the other guys I was talking to showed up. And she was in the hospital during COVID, so that could have been a very scary time. She said she was going to die. And then he was calling and checking in more than anyone else. So she felt very, she loved it. And that gave her some sort of weird attachment to him. But it's like,
And that's why
okay.
she was searching for him. It's not even just for him that she was searching for him high and low and through the hospitals and jails. It was for her, because this is the person that I possibly I need that person to, that's the only person that saw me or made me feel a certain way. So it was, possibly a desperation, and because of the lack. So hopefully she'll get some help, and it's never too late, but I've seen it over the years. I'll use an example. Undergraduate, I used to be a sexual assault advocate, and I would take calls from people, and give them resources, and also go to the hospital when they were getting their rape exam, and tell their story to the detective. So that I was their advocate. But one call, it was a lady. She was an older lady. Probably I was in my early 20s. She was probably in her 60s, and she had been raped by multiple men. And she was Catholic, so she would not kill herself, but she was not taking her medication, so she was kind of self-harming. And also she was feeling guilty because she had wished that these men would, be gone, or something would happen to them, and now they were starting to die off, probably because of old age. But she was carrying all of this weight and all of this guilt and all this shame and all these things because it was unresolved, years and years and years of unresolved trauma. And so I think in part we're seeing that not just in Sonia, even in this Latasha, but people with a lot of long-term unresolved trauma and how it shows up in sometimes very destructive ways.
Don't you think some of it stays unresolved because you're still living in the past?
Well, because you don't know, you haven't processed it.
Like
So
her fascination with the 80s and the 90s is beyond like,
because it
oh,
was
I
probably the
think
best
it's
times
better
of
in
her
the
life.
80s or the 90s. Yeah, that she wants to go back there so bad.
Yeah, and that's why it's when you're. I always talk about your frame of reference, and your frame of reference is you know what number of child you are, where you live, your region, what the things that you see the world through, and if that's distorted based on trauma or whatever experiences, good, bad, or indifferent, if you don't at some point sit down and decipher those things and let some things go, work some things out, um, some things that you can carry forward that are helpful to your continual growth, you keep those things connections, or if you didn't have connections, learning new skills and why you don't have connections and how to form connections at some point, then you will live in the past and you'll see everything from the past or from a clouded frame of reference and an unhealthy or dysfunctional frame of reference. So that's why I see in part the way the talk is in a loop and in the past, uh, because there's just a lot of potentially a lot of unresolved things that can be resolved, but they don't resolve with time. They resolve with work. Working on yourself ain't
Right.
for the weak of heart. It's not for punks. So
Right.
it takes time and it takes amount of courage and will to do it. So the time doesn't heal wounds. It's the work.
Right. Well, hopefully, Sonia, I don't know. I think it's one of those things where unfortunately some people also do have to acknowledge that there's an issue, right? Like
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
don't
That's
know that
where we
she
start.
even is aware. She might be aware because I guess she has some anxiety about a few things. I don't know. They're another complicated duo. I
Yeah,
don't know what they know about what their problems are. I feel like the reason why Sonia doesn't like social media is because she has become painfully aware because, we talk about it and we see certain things that maybe her friends have never told her or maybe things she's heard, and it's like, "How do you know? You guys don't even know me." And it's like, "We don't have to."
right. Well, again, the exposure, opens it up to the light and it's like a mirror. And so it's like,
Yeah.
are you going to deny what you see in the mirror? Or are you going to say, maybe there's some validity in it? You don't have to come to social media to say that. Go start doing the work. If
Right.
people are medicating because, you say you have anxiety and you're medicating with certain things, but you get medication from a psychiatrist, but you may not be sitting with a therapist and a psychologist to focus on the issues to get to the root of it to resolve them. So you're taking the medicine to medicate the symptoms, but that doesn't resolve the underlying issues that are causing the symptoms. The medication is just it's never the answer. You need a holistic approach to to your mental health as well as your physical health. Like you have to change
Right.
your eating and all those things. So with mental health, you also
Absolutely.
have to take a holistic approach. Are you working through dealing with your grief, dealing with unresolved things, dealing with the abandonment, seeing what your attachment style is, trying to move to secure, working on your communication, all those things that create mental health and wellness that requires work. So you can identify it, you can identify a symptom, get a pill, but never get to a healing process because you won't go to the deep to the depths of it to really uproot some things that can be, because you don't you can reduce the anxiety, you can prevent some anxiety attacks by seeing what your triggers are, and then you can decrease the duration if you are working through the issues besides just the pill
Right.
or the
Absolutely.
marijuana or whatever.
People who start self-medicating.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets very complex. It's so interesting though when people, because we see so much when when you frequent social media and you watch different things like true crime or watch people's vlogs, we the people see so much,
Mhm.
and the subjects, unfortunately get so annoyed
Right.
that social media at large is able to finger point, and it's not always just scrutiny. Sometimes it's actually like, yeah, because we've seen this 20 other times today. Like,
Right.
we're not trying to diagnose you, but I mean, you might want to go, like we see it because we know we've seen it. So, and I don't know.
Yeah.
That's one of the phenomenons of, I think, about social media, um that are the collective is very perceptive, not trying to rhyme, but you know what I mean? Like, we're
Absolutely.
able to see, it's like 10,000 people seeing the same thing. I mean, like, we're probably right. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
it's
Yes.
so
Yes.
interesting. So, but yeah, I'm excited to see how this turns out. We are on verdict watch, guys. We're waiting. We're on we're on court TV. We're waiting. Um, so, Shamara, thank you so much for
You're
coming
very
up. I
welcome.
think I'm going
Thank
to put
you.
up like a verdict watch sign, and you guys stay in the chat as soon as it comes back. I don't know. I feel like I'm small talked out. I've been live all day. Thank
Yes, it's
God
a
we
lot.
took that hour break. Um, but I think I'm not gonna turn off the live yet. I'm gonna leave it on, but I think I'm gonna just like go check on my family and go see what's good, because since so much has happened since I first went live today. So
Yes. Yes, you have to
everybody's here,
take care of
so
yourself because we have
absolutely.
to be
The
careful not to
self-care.
absorb all of this through. You can get vicarious trauma through hearing other people's stories. So people make sure you're taking care of yourself as well. That not absorbing these things and taking reasonable breaks and talking through it helps to process it so we don't take it on. But yes, we have to be mindful of all that for ourselves as well.
Right. To your point, because I do a lot of research, I read a lot of documents, I read a lot of very traumatic, bizarre, true stories on these arrest reports and affidavits and things like that.
Hmm.
9 times out of 10, I'm watching like some gardening, or I'm watching
Hmm.
a good cooking show. Like, even sometimes I may have a whole day of like true crime, and then the following day, it's gardening, it's cooking, it's traveling.
Yes,
I
yes,
not even so much that I take a break, but it's just a natural kind of shift. When I'm doing certain things, I'm doing certain things. So I definitely do not overload myself with it all the time, because a lot of what I'm doing is that. Um, Outside of that interest, yeah, I think it's just important to make sure you have interests outside of like your interests are diversified, or
yes,
they're
yes,
because too much of anything isn't awesome. And then, yeah, dealing with traumatic, stressful situations as well can be taxing. So,
but thank
oh,
you again.
thank you so much. It was nice meeting you. Please
Nice
come
meeting you.
often. It was so nice talking to you. We really, really enjoyed you. Thanks for coming up. And I'm gonna just answer some more
Okay.
questions, and then hopefully we'll have a verdict soon.
Yes, I think they are. I think they want a verdict today because they would have said,
They probably
we're
ordered
ready.
them some nice dinner, got them something over there. Or like, do we need to order y'all dinner?
Yes. Okay. Thank you again, and you have a great weekend.
Okay, you
Everyone,
too.
thank
Take
you.
care. All right. See you later. Bye bye. Okay, guys, we made a new friend. We had a couple of new friends today. Mrs. Dr. Murder and Shamara. We had Kathy come up. That was wonderful. Um, what else is going on? Okay, Bible Lady, I see you, boo. I will look up. I'm gonna just put this sign up. No, I'm gonna get the picture. Let me get the picture of them together. And we're just gonna say verdict watch, and I'm gonna put y'all on the hold screen. Let's see. I'm gonna put something up. That way, if you want to go move around, whatever, then you don't have to feel like you're missing anything because I'm just like, it's taking a minute, but we're right at the 2-hour mark, and Court TV just went to they're back on this. Watch the minute that I get up, they're gonna be like back on the medallion. Let's see. We'll put it right there for a minute. I have cleaned up, washed. I haven't done any of that. I've done a few things. I mean, I actually, truth be told, when we took the hour, I went, got myself dressed. I, took a shower, got dressed, got myself together, went, picked up Farrah from school, ordered some food. My husband went and picked it up. I sat here and ate a little bit. Farrah was eating at her desk, eating next to me. She got up and left. It was 7:20 now. It was a great conversation. You guys are so awesome. This is such a complex topic. Now, someone was telling me about Devin Michaels. I had no idea she knew Rob Baker. Rob Baker, the disgusting guy from the Monica Simontelli trial. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, nice to meet you. There you are in the chat. There's our friend, guys. Let's see. I know, me too. This was fun. Oh my God, we sure did spend the day. We spent the whole day. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I really don't want to roll into like, oh my God, tomorrow's my day off because I always take off Saturdays, but we'll see. But yeah, today has been a lot. I hope they come back with a verdict. It's like if those people go home without a verdict, I just cannot imagine the men co-signing this and the women. It's not like, look, I'm not trying to downgrade Latasha, but let's be real. Latasha wasn't even really a girlfriend. When you're married, you're not even to have a girlfriend. So she was the mistress. They were having an affair, and that's all it was. This was not crime of passion. You may have been mad, you may have been angry, but it doesn't qualify for crime of passion. Like there's just, ma'am, you're guilty. Hopefully they're just going through the whole entire instruction packet, and once they go through the whole entire instruction packet and feel like they have gone through all of the judge's directions, then they can feel good about, okay, we've given her a fair opportunity. We're done. Happy Friday. I think I'm being a jerk is making it hard for the jury. I think him being a jerk. Really? Because he lied to her? Mm-mm. I'd hope not. I mean, so yeah, being a jerk, but he wasn't like, he was a total geek. I think he was fantasy role playing with those girls on his group chat. This may have been brought up already. I'm late, but do y'all think the wife knew what kind of man he was? Not with this woman specifically, but in general. I'm going to say if she does, or if she did, there was no incentive for her to tell it. She's married to another person now, and maybe she doesn't want her new husband to know that she allowed or was participating in some freak off type situations. You know what I mean? Because if she admits to him being freak nasty in their relationship that she knew, then she's going to have to cop to maybe she was too. The fact that she stuck with no, I didn't know, no, he didn't have my permission, I didn't know anything about it, whatever, gives her the innocent wife. That's it. There, someone said that in my comments yesterday. I really had to think about that. I'm like, you're right. If you were over there, if she was okay with certain things happening, then she's going to have to weigh some level of responsibility. And there was no incentive for her to admit at this point. There was every reason not to. She's married to somebody else, and this shit is embarrassing. So I don't know. She might have. And if she did, there's no reason for her to tell it. I wouldn't have told it either. Sis, you came to my house and shot my husband. I'm not helping you. He didn't have my permission. I didn't know anything about what was going on, and you're crazy. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't blame her. I'd have been like, She might not want her husband to know she was with the new, she's in her 40s now. She don't want her new husband knowing she was with the shits with the other husband. As long she can, the wife has the luxury of maintaining her good Christian wife appearance. You know what I'm saying? So it's quite possible she knew she could have known everything and could have been doing everything, but she really doesn't have to tell, because guess what? Also, they didn't have the phone. That phone, like I said, that phone was going to be a killer. That phone was going to tell a lot. And Miss Latasha didn't give up her phone. And for whatever reason, they weren't able to unlock his phone. And that saved a lot of people's skin. Because the truth would have came out. The whole truth, that would have been a mess. Where is that channel where I was watching the trial yesterday? Let me see if I can find it. It's the Memphis channel.
And I'm April Thompson. Attorneys for Latoshia Daniels say this was a crime of passion, while the prosecution argues it was premeditated. WRAG's Raven Copeland reports on day 4 of Daniels' trial.
Do you deny that you shot Brodus Perry?
I do not.
Do you deny that you shot Tabitha?
I don't, but I know it wasn't intentional.
Following Latasha Daniels' testimony Thursday, a judge denied the defense's second request for acquittal. The request came after Daniels testified that she did not plan to murder Brodus Perry or shoot his wife Tabitha on April 4th, 2019. According to the defendant's testimony, she became suicidal when Perry unexpectedly ended their relationship.
It said, I think our time is up. So he had broke up with me via disappearing text. I was buying a gun to kill myself. I had a whole plan.
Daniels testified that her plan changed when Perry texted her and told her that he still loved her. According to Daniels' testimony, she then drove 2.5 hours to meet Perry in downtown Memphis.
I told him, well, we still haven't told Tab. You've always said something about telling Tab, so we haven't told Tabitha. And He said, okay, well, tell Tabitha.
On the stand, Daniels said Perry told her to drive to his Carterville apartment and talk to his wife before he arrived. The defendant testified that she became frustrated when Perry did not tell his wife about their affair.
I was still trying to get him to walk me out. And as I reached into my pockets to get my keys, I remember being outside the door, and then the next thing I was standing in their kitchen.
Seconds after that interaction, investigators say Daniels shot Perry 5 times and then shot his wife Tabitha in the shoulder. On the stand, the defendant said the shooting of Perry's wife was accidental. A jury will now decide if it will find Daniels guilty of first-degree murder, criminal attempted first-degree murder, and employment of a firearm during a felony. Reporting from 201 Poplar, for your news leader, Raven Copeland, WREG News Channel 3.
The way she was sitting there with tissues and just kept wiping her nose with her hand, and she was so ew. Yuck. Okay, let me. Oh, are they coming back? Hold on. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hold on, you guys. Ooh, I was like, wait a second, are they coming back? Baby, it's about to get real. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
You can stand and read the verdict. Each of the verdict forms.
Do I need to start from State of Tennessee versus State of Tennessee versus Latosha Daniels, indictment number 25-01253. Verdict form count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder as included in count 1 of indictment number 25-01253. State of Tennessee versus Latosha Daniels, indictment number 25-01253, verdict form count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of reckless endangerment as included in count 2 of indictment number 25-01253. State of Tennessee versus Latosha Daniels, indictment number 25-01253, verdict form count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty in count 3 of indictment number 25-01253.
Would you like the jury poll?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'll start on this end. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
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 Is that your verdict? Is that your verdict?
Yes.
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 Now that you have concluded your service on this case, I thank you for your patience and conscientious attention to your duty as jurors. You have not only fulfilled your civic duty, but you have also made a personal contribution to the ideal of equal justice for all people. You may have questions about the confidentiality of the proceedings. Because the case is over, you are free to discuss the case with any person you choose. However, you do not have to talk to anyone about the case if you do not want to. If you tell someone you do not wish to talk about it and they continue to bother you, let the court know, for we can protect your privacy. If you do decide to discuss the case with anyone, I would suggest you treat it with a degree of solemnity, so that whatever you say, you will be willing to say in the presence of your fellow jurors or under oath here in open court in the presence of all the parties. Also, if you do decide to discuss the case, please respect the privacy of the views of your fellow jurors. Your fellow jurors fully and freely stated their opinions and deliberations with the understanding they were being expressed in confidence. Again, I thank you for your willingness to give your time away from your accustomed pursuits and faithfully discharge your duties as jurors. You are now excused. I will be back to speak with you shortly, so I'll show you excused to the jury room.
Second degree can be 15 to 60 years in Tennessee. And reckless endangerment can be.
Ms. Daniels, if you would please stand. A jury of your peers has found you guilty of second-degree murder in count 1. The jury has found you guilty in count 2 of reckless endangerment, and the jury has found you not guilty in count 3. As a 13th juror, I approve that verdict. Will show your bond revoked, and will show this matter set for sentencing.
Thank you.
January the 12th.
We need to do a pre-sentence report. If we could get a shorter date to get the pre-sentence report back.
Okay.
That way we don't have to reset it once we get it.
Okay.
We can reserve January the 12th
But
and
just
then get a sooner date for the report.
Actually hoping to be in Cabo that week.
On January 12th.
We're gonna be in Cabo.
We'll meet
We have
We can
vacation.
get a December date and then pick a date this time. This is just to get the report. December 17th? December the 17th, a good day. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll show this matter set for sentencing on December the 17th. All right, we can show court adjourned.
All right.
Yo, you
So
really
we're
mad
gonna
at
adjourn
us,
till Monday
Custody.
morning, 9 a.m.
That was nice. You see how we do with our little banter? Bye. See, she's in shock. She looked back at her people. That was it. At least they didn't handcuff her. Okay, so discharging a firearm in an occupied building, that's a class C. Discharging firearm in an occupied. Reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon, maybe it's a class E felony. If they gave her the class E felony, she could be the reckless endangerment class E deadly weapon could be 1 to 6 years in prison. General reckless endangerment is a misdemeanor. I think they gave her the felony because she did shoot Tabitha. It might be the reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon class E felony, let's say 1 to 6. And then the second degree murder can be anywhere from 15 to 60 years with a $50,000 fine. So she's not skating by any means. It's just they probably feel like reckless abandonment, a depraved heart, that whole thing. Maybe they didn't feel like it was premeditated, but they felt like she acted recklessly with a depraved heart and mind type crazy ex-girlfriend, scorn lover type stuff. So where they didn't give her crime of passion, they had some sympathy on her for being fugazi. They gave her the fugazi, which was the second degree. So okay, well, and then the prosecutor said he can't do January because he's going to be in Cabo. That was the shade of the prosecutor. Love him. Okay, Mr. McAlpin, guilty on count 1 and 2, not guilty on 3. The charge for 3. These were her charges initially. She had first degree. Y'all seeing this? Hold on. First degree murder, criminal attempt first degree, and then employing a firearm with the intent to commit a felony. They gave her not guilty on count 3. They gave her, rather than giving her first degree, they gave her lesser included second degree. On count 2, instead of criminal attempted first degree murder, they gave her reckless endangerment, which is probably a class E felony, which was, I'm not sure if that's what they gave her, but I'm thinking that that's what they gave her. It's reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon, class E felony, punishable by 1 to 6 years. So we don't know what she's going to give her. You know, it depends on the victim impact. It depends on if Tabitha comes and asks her to have mercy or give her everything. We don't know. Y'all, it's been a day. I love you guys. If you've not hit the thumbs up for me, if you feel if you have not hit the thumbs up yet, had a good time today, learned something new, was entertained, edutained, all of the things, enjoyed the conversation, please make sure to hit the thumbs up for me. If you're one of our new friends that we met through Kathy over at Gossip Rumor Innuendo or just from the YouTube streets, welcome and thank you for coming through. I hope that you will continue to come and support this channel and be friends with us because we love you. Okay. We love you. And we've had several days together now. So it's kind of like a thing. Um, those victim impacts will be interesting if anyone even shows up, right? We'll see. Maybe we don't know. Maybe Brodus's family might come and say a few words potentially. Okay. You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, you're welcome. I hope I see you guys all again next time I go live and post another video. Okay. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be around. I was planning on going live tonight, but I'm not. I'm tired. I need to spend some time with my family. So I'll see you guys tomorrow somewhere on the YouTube streets. I'll see you guys. All right, you guys. Perfect timing all day long. So, all right, you guys. Have a good night. Bye. I'm just gonna leave you guys with Brodus's last drink and his last Instagram post after he had his Angel's Envy bourbon and his very last cigar documented on his Smoking Savant Instagram page. Go check it out. All right, you guys, have a wonderful evening. Thanks so much for today. Bye.